Dear listeners, this channel publishes only full and exclusive audio stories. Please subscribe and like them if you enjoy them.
Everything She Left in the Rain. Chapter 1, The Box in the Closet. The rain started just after the funeral, as if the sky had been waiting politely for everyone to get into their cars first. Maggie Sorensen sat behind the wheel of her mother's old Buick, watching the windshield wipers struggle against the downpour, and thought about how strange it was that grief could feel so much like exhaustion. Not the sharp, tearing kind of grief she'd expected. Just a heaviness. A bone-deep tiredness that made even lifting her hand to turn the key feel like too much. Her mother was gone. Alice Whitfield, 81 years old, had died on a Tuesday morning in March, quietly, in her sleep, in the same house she'd lived in for almost 50 years. The doctors called it peaceful. Maggie supposed it was. There had been no machines, no last words, no dramatic goodbye. Just Alice, in her bed, with the curtains slightly open the way she always liked them, gone sometime in the night. Maggie had found her the next morning when she stopped by with groceries. That had been 4 days ago. Today had been the funeral. Tomorrow, Maggie knew, would be the part nobody warned you about, the part where you had to go through everything. Every drawer, every closet, every shoebox full of photographs and birthday cards and receipts from 1987. The part where a person's whole life got sorted into piles: keep, donate, throw away. She pulled into the driveway of her mother's house, her childhood home, a modest 2-story colonial with white trim and a wraparound porch, the kind of house that looked like it belonged on a postcard for small-town New England, and sat there for a long moment before turning off the engine. The rain drummed steadily on the roof of the car. "Okay," she said out loud, to no one. "Okay." Inside, the house smelled like it always had, lavender and old paper and the faint trace of her mother's perfume, something floral and slightly powdery that Alice had worn for as long as Maggie could remember. The smell hit her harder than she expected, and she had to stand in the front hallway for a moment, just breathing, before she could make herself move further in. Daniel had offered to fly out and help. He'd offered twice, actually, both times with that gentle insistence he'd inherited from his father. "I can be there by Thursday, Mom, just say the word," but Maggie had told him no. Not because she didn't want him there. She just wanted to do this part alone. The walking through the house part. The remembering part. She could call him later, after. When there was something to talk about. The living room was exactly as it had always been. The same floral couch, slightly worn at the arms. The same family photographs on the mantel: Maggie's high school graduation, Daniel's christening, a faded picture of Maggie's father, Robert, standing on a beach somewhere with his pant legs rolled up, laughing at something just out of frame. Maggie picked up that photo and looked at it for a long moment. Her father had died 12 years ago. Heart attack, sudden, no warning. Maggie remembered being surprised, back then, by how calm her mother had been. Not cold, never cold, but steady. Like she'd already done the hardest part of grieving a long time before it happened. Maggie set the photo down gently and moved on. She started in the kitchen, because the kitchen felt safe. Practical. Drawers full of mismatched silverware and rubber bands and the little notepads Alice used to write grocery lists on, her handwriting small and looping and slightly slanted to the left. Milk. Eggs. Call the dentist. Don't forget birthday card for D. Maggie's throat tightened. She set the notepad aside, keep pile, and kept going. By early evening, she'd made her way through the kitchen, the dining room, and most of the living room. Nothing surprising. Nothing she hadn't expected. Her mother's life, laid out in objects, practical, tidy, a little old-fashioned. Exactly the woman Maggie had always known. The bedroom was harder. Maggie stood in the doorway for a long time before going in. The bed was made. Alice always made her bed, every morning, even at 81. And the room smelled even more strongly of that lavender and powder scent, like her mother had just stepped out and might come back any minute. "Okay," Maggie said again, softer this time. She started with the dresser. Clothes, mostly. A few pieces of jewelry that Maggie recognized, a string of pearls Alice wore to church, a gold locket with a photo of Robert inside, a small collection of brooches that had belonged to Maggie's grandmother. In the bottom drawer of the jewelry box, tucked beneath a velvet lining that had come slightly loose at one corner, Maggie found a small brass key. She turned it over in her fingers. It was old, older than most keys she'd seen, with an ornate, slightly worn design on the head. Too small for any door in the house. Too ornate for a padlock. She set it aside, on top of the dresser, and kept going. It was nearly 8 o'clock, the rain still falling steadily outside, painting long silver streaks down the bedroom windows, when Maggie opened the closet. Her mother's closet was, like everything else, neat and orderly. Dresses on one side, organized roughly by color. Shoes lined up in pairs along the floor. A row of winter coats, smelling faintly of cedar from the little blocks Alice kept in every pocket. Maggie worked through it methodically. Pulling things down, folding them into the donation pile, occasionally pausing over something she remembered. A blue dress her mother had worn to Maggie's wedding. A cardigan with a small embroidered flower on the collar that Alice had knitted herself, badly, and worn anyway because Maggie had given it to her for Mother's Day when she was 12. Near the back of the closet, behind a stack of folded quilts that Alice had made over the years. Maggie recognized the patchwork patterns, recognized some of the fabric from old dresses and curtains. There was a wooden box. Maggie almost missed it. It was pushed back into the corner, half hidden beneath the lowest quilt, and if she hadn't been moving the quilts to the donation pile, she might never have seen it at all. She pulled it out carefully. It was a small chest, about the size of a large shoebox, made of dark wood, cherry, maybe, or mahogany. With a hinged lid and a small brass clasp. The wood was worn smooth at the edges, the kind of smoothness that came from being handled, again and again, over many years. On the lid, carved into the wood in small, careful letters, were 2 initials. T.A. Maggie frowned, running her thumb over the carving. The letters were old, the wood around them slightly darker, slightly more worn, like they'd been there for decades. She didn't recognize the initials. Not her father's, Robert Whitfield. Not her mother's maiden name, Alice Calloway. Not anyone in the family that Maggie could think of. She tried the clasp. Locked. Maggie sat back on her heels, the box in her lap, and looked at it for a long moment. Outside, the rain had picked up, drumming harder against the windows now, and somewhere in the house a clock ticked steadily, marking time in a house that no longer needed to keep it. T.A. She thought about the key on the dresser. It took her 3 tries to get the angle right, but the key fit. Maggie heard the small, satisfying click of the lock releasing, and for a moment, just a moment, she hesitated. It felt strange, somehow. Like she was about to open something that hadn't been opened in a very long time. Like the box itself had been waiting. She told herself she was being ridiculous. It was probably nothing. Old letters from a college roommate, maybe. Photographs from before Alice met Robert. The kind of harmless, sentimental things people kept tucked away, not secrets, exactly, just private. Things that belonged to a person before they belonged to anyone else. Maggie opened the lid. The smell hit her first, old paper, and something faintly floral, like dried flowers pressed between pages. The box was full. Packed, actually, with envelopes, dozens of them, maybe more, bundled together with faded ribbon, organized in neat stacks that filled the box almost to the brim. Maggie lifted out the top bundle and untied the ribbon with careful fingers. The envelopes were old. Some of them were so faded that the ink had gone soft and brown, the paper yellowed and slightly brittle at the edges. Others looked newer, relatively speaking, the paper crisper, the ink darker. She turned the top envelope over in her hands. It was addressed, in handwriting Maggie didn't recognize, a man's handwriting, she thought, slanted and confident, with looping capital letters, to My dearest Nell. Maggie stared at the words for a long moment. Nell. Nobody had ever called her mother that. Not in Maggie's entire life. Her mother was Alice, Alice to her husband, Alice to her sister, Alice to the women at church and the other teachers at school and everyone Maggie had ever heard speak to her. Never Nell. Not once. She turned the envelope over. There was no return address, just a postmark, faded but still legible, a town 2 hours north, a date Maggie squinted to make out. June 14, 1971. 55 years ago. Maggie's mother would have been 26. Married to Robert for almost a decade already. Maggie herself wouldn't be born for another 4 years. Slowly, carefully, Maggie opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded in thirds, the handwriting matching the envelope, the same confident, looping script. Maggie unfolded it, smoothing it flat against her knee, and began to read. My dearest Nell. I know I said I wouldn't write again. I know that's what we agreed, and I meant it when I said it. But I was at the shop today and they had a shipment of new cameras in, and I thought of you. I don't know why, except that I always think of you when something good happens, even small good things, even things that have nothing to do with you at all. I think it's just become a habit. 26 years old and still thinking of you the way I did when we were 17. I won't pretend I understand everything that happened, or everything that's happening now. I don't think I'm meant to. But I wanted you to know, wherever you are, however you're doing, whatever your life looks like now, that you're still here, with me, in the small good moments. I hope that's all right to say. I won't write again unless you tell me to. But if you ever do, if you ever need anything, or just want someone to talk to who remembers, I'm here. I've always been here. Yours, always. T.A. Maggie sat very still for a long time. The rain continued outside, steady and soft, and the clock in the hallway ticked on, and Maggie sat on the floor of her mother's closet with a 55-year-old letter in her hands, feeling something shift quietly inside her chest. Not quite shock, not quite grief, something in between. Something like the floor tilting very slightly beneath her feet. Yours, always. She looked back into the box. There were so many letters. Dozens of bundles, each tied with the same faded ribbon, each one addressed in the same handwriting to the same name. My dearest Nell. Maggie thought about her mother, the woman who made her bed every morning, who kept careful grocery lists, who wore pearls to church and pressed flowers in her Bible and never, not once in 52 years, gave Maggie any indication that she had ever been called anything other than Alice. She thought about her father. Steady, Kind, quiet Robert, who had loved her mother for 50 years, who had stood beside her at every birthday and holiday and ordinary Tuesday evening for half a century. And she thought about the date on the letter. 1971, 9 years into her parents' marriage. 4 years before Maggie was even born. Who are you, T.A.? She thought, looking down at the looping signature. And what were you to my mother? She reached for the next letter in the bundle. And then, almost without meaning to, she reached for her phone instead. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Daniel would be awake. He was always awake, these days, his sleep schedule a mess from working freelance and staying up too late editing. Maggie pressed his name and held the phone to her ear, watching the rain streak down the bedroom window as it rang. Hey, Mom. Daniel's voice was warm, a little muffled. She could hear the sound of a television in the background, quickly muted. How are you doing? How was today? It was. Maggie hesitated. It was a funeral. You know. It was hard. Yeah. A pause. Do you want me to come out? I know you said no, but I can still. No, it's not that. Maggie looked down at the letter in her lap. Daniel, I found something. In Grandma's closet. A box of letters. Letters? From who? I don't know. Maggie ran her thumb over the signature again, T.A. Feeling the slight indentation where the pen had pressed into the paper, 55 years ago, in a moment Maggie hadn't existed yet to witness. They're addressed to someone named Nell. Signed with the initials T.A. They go back decades, Daniel. The one I just read is from 1971. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Nell, Daniel repeated slowly. That's not, I mean, Grandma's name was Alice, right? Right. Maggie swallowed. Alice Calloway. That's what everyone always called her. Alice. So who's Nell? Maggie looked back into the box, at the dozens of bundles, the ribbons, the years and years of letters, all addressed to a name she'd never once heard in 52 years of being her mother's daughter. I don't know, she said quietly. But Daniel, there's so many of these. Look, she lifted out another bundle, glancing at the postmark on the top envelope. 1988, and another, beneath it. 1995, and another. 2003. Maggie? Daniel's voice, gentler now, picking up on something in her tone. You okay? Maggie sat back against the closet wall, the box open in front of her, letters spilling gently across her lap, the rain falling steadily outside, and tried to find words for the strange, hollow, expanding feeling in her chest, the sense that the floor wasn't just tilting now, but opening up beneath her, revealing something vast and unfamiliar that had been there, quietly, the entire time. I think, she said slowly, there's a whole part of Grandma's life that I never knew about. What do you mean? Maggie picked up another letter, this one from the bottom of the box, the paper so old it had gone soft at the folds, the postmark almost too faded to read. She squinted at it. 1963. The year before her parents got married, she realized with a jolt. No, she did the math quickly in her head. Her parents had married in 1962. This letter was from the year after. She opened it carefully. The handwriting was the same, younger, maybe, slightly less confident, but unmistakably the same hand. My dearest Nell. I heard. I should have known I'd hear eventually. It's a small enough world, even with 2 towns between us. I won't say I'm not hurt. I think you'd know I was lying if I said that, and I never want to lie to you, even now, even like this. But I also won't pretend I'm angry, because I'm not. I understand. I think I understood before you did, honestly. I think some part of me always knew this was how it would go. Your family, my family, the way things are. I knew, and I let myself hope anyway, because hoping felt better than the alternative. I hope he's good to you. I mean that. I hope he makes you laugh, and I hope he notices the way you hum when you're happy without realizing you're doing it, and I hope, God, Nell, I hope you're happy. That's all I've ever really wanted. Even now. Especially now. I won't write again. I know that's the right thing to do, for both of us. But I wanted you to have this, one last letter, so you'd know that wherever you go, whatever your life looks like, there was a summer once when someone loved you completely, and nothing about that will ever change, even if everything else does. Be happy, Nell. Please. T.A. Maggie read the letter twice. Then she looked back into the box, at the dozens of bundles that followed this one. 1971, 1988. 1995. 2003, decades of letters, after a letter that said I won't write again. Maggie? Daniel's voice, distant, concerned. You still there? Maggie pressed her hand against her mouth, the letter trembling slightly in her other hand, and felt tears she hadn't expected, not for her mother's death, not exactly, but for something else. For a 20-something-year-old woman named Nell, who someone had loved completely, in the summer before she married someone else. For a man who had said goodbye in 1963 and then, somehow, kept writing for the next 50 years. For her mother, Alice, Nell, who had kept every single letter, hidden away for half a century, in a locked box at the back of her closet. Yeah, Maggie said softly, her voice unsteady. I'm here. What is it? What's wrong? Maggie looked at the letter in her hands. There was a summer once when someone loved you completely. And then at the dozens of bundles still waiting in the box, the dates stretching forward through the decades, all the way, she suspected, to recent years. To right before her mother died. Daniel, Maggie said quietly, I think Grandma had a whole life I never knew about. A whole, she searched for the word, a whole person she was, that I never met. Outside, the rain kept falling, soft and steady, the way it had been falling all day. The way, Maggie thought suddenly, it might have been falling on a summer evening in 1963, when a young man named T.A. sat down to write one last letter to a woman he loved, and then, somehow, despite every promise, never really stopped. I think, Maggie said slowly, looking down at the box full of letters in her lap, I need to read all of these. Every single one. She reached for the next bundle. And outside, the rain kept falling, on the house, on the street, on the whole quiet town. The same rain, Maggie thought, that had probably been falling the last time anyone opened this box at all. She untied the ribbon, and began to read. Chapter 2, My Dearest Nell. Maggie didn't sleep that night. She told herself she would, that she'd read just one more letter, then close the box, then go to bed and deal with the rest of it tomorrow with a clear head. But one letter became 3, then 5, then she lost count entirely, and somewhere around midnight she gave up pretending she was going to stop and simply made herself comfortable on the floor of her mother's bedroom, propped against the side of the bed with a quilt pulled over her legs, the box open beside her and letters spread across the carpet in loose, chronological piles. By 2 in the morning, she had a system. Earliest letters on the left. The ones from the 60s, the paper so old it had gone the color of weak tea, the ink faded to a soft brown. Then the 70s, the 80s, working her way across the floor toward the present, toward letters that still smelled faintly of ink, paper that hadn't yet begun to yellow. The box held more than she'd initially realized, not dozens of letters, but well over 100, spanning what Maggie now understood to be more than 50 years. The earliest letter she could find was dated the spring of 1958. The most recent was from 8 months ago. 8 months ago. Her mother had been 79 years old. Maggie sat back against the bed frame and looked at the spread of paper across the floor, at the careful arc of it, the way it curved gently across the carpet like the shape of a life laid out, and tried to absorb what she was looking at. Her mother had been writing to this man, T.A., for nearly 65 years. The letters from 1958 were different from the later ones. Younger. The handwriting on both sides, because some of the envelopes, Maggie realized with a small jolt, contained copies of Alice's responses, carbon paper duplicates that her mother must have kept deliberately, was looser, more excited, full of exclamation points and underlines. Dear Thomas, one of the earliest ones began, and Maggie felt something settle into place at the sight of the full name. Thomas. T.A. Thomas, something. Dear Thomas. I can't stop thinking about last night. I know that's a silly thing to write, and I know Mother would be horrified if she ever read this, so please don't lose this letter, Thomas Ashford, or I will never forgive you, but I don't care. I had the best time I think I've ever had at the pavilion, and it's entirely your fault, and I'm choosing not to be sorry about it. Do you really think you'll get that job with the newspaper in Boston? I hope you do. But I also hope it doesn't mean you'll be gone all summer, because I don't think I could bear that. Is that silly? You'll think it's silly. I don't care about that either. Write back soon. Tell me everything. Yours, and I mean that, even if it's too forward to say. Alice. P.S. Don't call me Alice. Everyone calls me Alice. I want to be someone else when I'm with you. Call me Nell. It was my grandmother's name, and nobody's used it in years, and I like the idea of it being just ours. Maggie read the postscript 3 times. Thomas Ashford. A full name now. And the explanation for Nell, not a secret nickname forced upon her mother, but one she'd chosen, deliberately, as something private. Something just for the two of them. Maggie thought about her mother at 17, a version of Alice she had genuinely never considered existed, because why would she? Parents didn't have a before, not really, not in the imagination of a child. Parents simply began the moment you were born, fully formed, already old, already parents. The idea that Alice Whitfield had once been a teenage girl writing breathless postscripts about a boy she'd met at a dance pavilion, the idea that she'd been Nell, even briefly, even just on paper, felt almost impossible to reconcile with the woman Maggie had known. And yet here it was. In her mother's own handwriting. The same looping, slightly left-leaning script Maggie had seen on grocery lists and birthday cards her whole life, just younger. Lighter. Full of a kind of unguarded joy Maggie had genuinely never seen in her mother, not once, not in 52 years. She kept reading. The letters from 1959 and 1960 told a story Maggie pieced together slowly, letter by letter, like assembling a photograph from torn pieces. Thomas Ashford was 19, 2 years older than Alice. He worked at his father's photography shop in town, developing film, mostly, though he'd recently started taking his own pictures. Nothing important, he wrote, just things I see that I want to remember. His family was relatively new to the area, new money, one of Alice's letters mentioned, almost apologetically, though I don't care, and I've told Mother I don't care, though she just gets that look she gets. Alice's family, the Callaways, were old town stock. Respectable, modest, careful. Alice's father worked at the bank. Her mother ran the household with the kind of quiet, anxious precision that Maggie recognized, with a small jolt, as something Alice herself had inherited. The letters from this period were full of small, ordinary things: a dance, a walk along the pier, a movie Thomas had taken Alice to see in the next town over because nobody we know goes there, which I think was the whole point, though neither of us said so. There were inside jokes Maggie couldn't fully follow, references to people and places that meant nothing to her, the easy shorthand of two people who had become, very quickly, essential to each other. And running underneath all of it, even in these early letters, was something else, a kind of awareness, faint at first but growing stronger, that this thing between them existed in a kind of borrowed time. That it was, in some way Maggie couldn't yet fully understand, not aloud. Dear Thomas, Alice had written in the autumn of 1960. Mother asked about you again today. She does this thing where she asks very casually, like she's not really asking, but I know her too well for that. And how is that Ashford boy? Still at the shop, is he? As if she doesn't know exactly how you are, and exactly where you work, and exactly how often I see you. I told her you were fine. I didn't tell her about Sunday. I don't think I need to explain why. I hate that I have to be careful about this. I hate that there's this to be careful about it all, that loving someone has rules attached to it, rules about which families and which last names and which side of town. It feels like such a small, stupid thing to matter, and yet it matters enormously, and I don't know what to do about that except keep being careful, and keep seeing you anyway, and hope that eventually it stops mattering as much as it does now. Does that make sense? I'm not sure it does. I think I'm just tired of being careful. Yours, Nell. Maggie set the letter down gently and pressed her fingers against her closed eyes. She thought about her grandmother, a woman Maggie had only met a handful of times before she died, a stern, formal presence Maggie remembered mostly from a few stiff holiday visits. And tried to imagine her asking about that Ashford boy, in a carefully casual voice, already knowing, already disapproving, already steering things toward the outcome she wanted. And she thought about her mother at 19, tired of being careful, hoping it would stop mattering. It hadn't stopped mattering. Maggie already knew that, knew it from the dates on the box, from the sheer volume of letters that followed. Whatever had happened next, it hadn't ended things between Alice and Thomas. Not really. Not in the way that should have mattered. She picked up the next letter in the pile, dated early 1961, and kept reading. The 1961 letters were harder to read. Not because the handwriting had changed, or because anything dramatic happened, at least not yet, but because Maggie could feel, even through the careful, restrained language of 50-year-old correspondence, the slow tightening of something. A noose, almost, except that felt too violent a word for what was actually happening, which was gentler and somehow worse, a quiet, steady, reasonable narrowing of options. There were fewer letters from this year. Maggie guessed they'd been seeing each other in person more, which would explain the gap, but the ones that existed told her enough. Alice's parents had begun, with increasing frequency, to mention a young man named Robert Whitfield. He worked at the bank, like Alice's father. He was steady, responsible. From a good family, good, Maggie understood from the context, meaning approved of, meaning suitable, in all the ways Thomas Ashford apparently wasn't. Dear Thomas, read a letter from March of 1961. I had dinner with the Whitfields again last night. Robert is perfectly nice. I want to be fair about that, because none of this is his fault, and he's been nothing but kind to me, even though I think he can tell my heart isn't really in it. He asked me, very gently, if there was someone else. I said no. I feel terrible about that. Not because it's not technically true, there isn't anyone else, not in the way he meant, but because it felt like a lie anyway. Like I was lying about you, even by not mentioning you, even though I didn't say anything false. Mother has started talking about Robert in that voice she uses, the one that means she's already decided something and is just waiting for everyone else to catch up. I don't know what to do, Thomas. I don't know how to make her understand that this isn't about Robert being unsuitable, or about you being unsuitable, or about any of the things she thinks it's about. It's just that I already gave my heart away. A long time ago. To someone she's decided I'm not allowed to keep it for. I'm sorry. This is a sad letter and I didn't mean to write a sad letter. I just needed to tell someone, and there's only ever been you. Nell. Maggie sat with that letter for a long time. This isn't about Robert being unsuitable. Maggie's father, the man Maggie had known her entire life, the steady, kind, slightly reserved man who had taught her to ride a bike and walked her down the aisle at her wedding and died 12 years ago of a heart attack while reading the newspaper on a Sunday morning, had been, to 19-year-old Alice, a stranger. A pleasant, perfectly nice stranger her mother had decided on. And Alice had already given her heart away. To Thomas. Maggie reached for the next letter, and then stopped, her hand hovering over the pile, because something had caught her eye. Tucked between two envelopes, slightly out of place, was a different kind of paper entirely, thinner, more delicate, and pressed flat between the folds of the letter it had been hidden inside. Maggie carefully separated it out. It was a flower. A small, dried beach rose. Pale pink, almost translucent now with age, the petals impossibly thin and fragile, held together more by habit than by any real structural integrity. It had clearly been pressed for decades, the shape of it was perfectly flat, perfectly preserved, like a fossil. Beneath it, on the letter it had been folded inside, was a single line of handwriting, Alice's handwriting, but different from the rest of the letter. Smaller. Added later, Maggie thought, possibly much later, in ink that looked slightly different from the rest of the page. Some things don't fade, even after 50 years. Maggie's breath caught. 50 years. The letter itself was from 1961. If this note had been added 50 years later, that would put it at around 2011, 3 years before Maggie's father died. Her mother had gone back to this letter, this specific letter, from the spring before she married Robert. 50 years later, and added a note. About a flower that had somehow survived, pressed and preserved, for half a century. Maggie picked up the flower with infinite care, cradling it in her palm like something alive, something that might still, impossibly, be capable of feeling the warmth of her hand. Some things don't fade. She thought about her mother at 76 or 77 years old. Robert's still alive, still healthy, the two of them presumably going about their quiet, ordinary life together, sitting somewhere private with this box, with this letter, with this 50-year-old flower, and adding a single line in her own handwriting. Not for Thomas. Thomas would never see this particular note, it was tucked inside a letter to him, but Maggie had a strange, certain feeling that her mother had never sent this edition. It felt like something private. Something Alice had written for herself. Or, Maggie's chest tightened with a new thought, for whoever found this box, eventually, after she was gone. For Maggie. It was nearly 4 a.m. when Maggie finally called Vivian. She knew it was an unreasonable hour to call her 76-year-old aunt. Knew that Vivian, who lived in a small assisted living apartment across town, was almost certainly asleep, and would probably be more than a little alarmed by a phone ringing in the dead of night. But Maggie had been sitting on the floor of her mother's bedroom for nearly 6 hours, surrounded by letters that rewrote everything she thought she knew about her mother's life, and she had reached the point where waiting until morning felt unbearable. The phone rang 4 times before Vivian picked up, her voice thick with sleep and immediate alarm. "Maggie? What's wrong? Is everything?" "Aunt Viv, I'm sorry, I know it's late, early, I'm sorry." "Nothing's wrong, I mean, nothing's more wrong, Maggie pressed her free hand against her forehead, trying to organize 6 hours of revelation into something coherent. "I found something. In Mom's closet. A box of letters." There was a pause on the other end of the line. A pause that lasted just slightly too long. "Letters," Vivian repeated. Her voice had changed, Maggie could hear it, even through the phone, even at 4 a.m. Something had tightened. "From a man named Thomas Ashford," Maggie said carefully, watching the name land. "Signed with the initials TA. They go back to 1958, Aunt Viv. They're addressed to someone called Nell. I think that was a nickname Mom used. For him. With him." She swallowed. "There's a flower pressed in one of them. And a note," Mom added decades later. "Some things don't fade, even after 50 years. The silence on the other end of the line stretched out, longer this time, long enough that Maggie wondered if the call had dropped. "Aunt Viv? I'm here." Vivian's voice was quiet now. Careful, in a way Maggie had rarely heard from her famously sharp-tongued aunt. "Maggie, sweetheart, it's the middle of the night, and you've just buried your mother. Maybe this is something we should talk about when. Please." Maggie's voice cracked, and she heard it crack, and didn't try to hide it. "Aunt Viv, I've been reading these letters for 6 hours. I know about the dance pavilion in 1958. I know Mom's parents pushed her toward Dad. I know she gave Thomas a nickname so she could feel like a different person when she was with him. I know she was writing to him, to Thomas, for over 60 years, Aunt Viv. 60 years. The most recent letter is from 8 months ago." She heard Vivian exhale, slow and shaky, on the other end of the line. "You know his name," Vivian said softly. It wasn't really a question. "Thomas Ashford," Maggie confirmed. "Please, Aunt Viv. I'm not trying to, I don't want to make this into something it isn't. I just need to understand. Who was he? What was this? Did Dad know? Did you know?" Another long silence. When Vivian spoke again, her voice was different, older, somehow. Tired in a way that had nothing to do with the hour. "I knew some of it," she admitted finally. "Not all of it, I don't think anyone knew all of it, except your mother. And maybe not even her, by the end. But I knew Thomas. I knew there was a Thomas, before Robert. I knew it mattered more than your mother ever let on, to anyone. And after? After she married Dad? Vivian was quiet for a moment. Maggie, she said carefully, I want you to understand something, before you go any further into those letters. Whatever you find, whatever it looks like, your mother loved your father. Genuinely. Completely. 50 years of marriage, and I never once doubted that she loved him. Whatever this thing with Thomas was, and I honestly don't know the full shape of it, not really, it was never that. It was never an affair, if that's what you're imagining. Your mother would never have. I'm not imagining that, Maggie said quickly, and realized, as she said it, that it was true. She'd read 60 years of letters, or the early years of them, at least, and what she'd found wasn't a story of betrayal. It was something else. Something sadder, and stranger, and somehow more tender than that. I know it wasn't that, Maggie said again, softer now. But Aunt Viv, 60 years. A flower from 1961, pressed and kept for 50 years. A note my mother wrote to herself, or to whoever, maybe to me, saying some things don't fade. That's not nothing. That's not a teenage romance she got over. That's something she carried her whole life. And I never knew. 52 years, and I never knew there was a Thomas. I never knew there was a Nell. Vivian didn't say anything for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was quieter than Maggie had ever heard it. There's more to this than you found tonight, Maggie. I think you should know that going in. Vivian paused, and Maggie heard something that sounded almost like a held breath being released. There's more to the story than a box of letters. What do you mean? I mean, Vivian said slowly, that your mother's life had more chapters than the ones you knew about. And I think she wanted you to find this. Eventually. I don't think that box ended up in the back of her closet by accident, Maggie. Your mother was many things, but careless was never one of them. Maggie looked down at the spread of letters across the bedroom floor, at the careful arc of them, the decades laid out in chronological order, the flower resting in her palm, the note in her mother's handwriting catching the lamplight. Some things don't fade, even after 50 years. Aunt Viv, Maggie said quietly, will you tell me? Whatever you know, will you tell me? There was a long pause. Outside, the rain had finally begun to ease, the steady drumming softening into something gentler, almost like breathing. Not tonight, Vivian said finally, and Maggie could hear, underneath the gentleness, something that sounded almost like relief, the relief of a secret that had been held too long, finally beginning to loosen. Tonight you should sleep, if you can. But come see me tomorrow. Bring the letters, or some of them, anyway. I think it's time I told you what I know. She paused. I think it's time someone did. After they hung up, Maggie sat for a long time on the floor of her mother's bedroom, the box of letters opened beside her, the pressed flower still resting carefully in her palm. The rain had nearly stopped now, just a soft patter against the windows, and somewhere outside a bird had started, tentatively, to sing. Too early, Maggie thought, but maybe birds didn't know that. Maybe they just sang when something in them told them to, regardless of what the clock said. She looked down at the flower one more time, pale, fragile, impossibly preserved, and then, very carefully, she set it inside the cover of her mother's address book, where it would be safe, and began, finally, to gather the letters back into their bundles. Tomorrow, she would go see Vivian. Tomorrow, she thought, she would start to understand who her mother really was. Chapter 3, The Summer of '58. Maggie didn't sleep, in the end, not really. She dozed for an hour or two on top of the covers, still in yesterday's clothes, and woke just after 7 with a stiff neck and the strange, disoriented feeling of having fallen asleep in the middle of someone else's story. For a moment, lying there in the gray morning light, she almost convinced herself she'd dreamed it. The box, the letters, the flower, the phone call to Vivian at 4 in the morning. But then she turned her head and saw the wooden chest sitting on her mother's dresser, lid open, the bundles of letters stacked carefully beside it where she'd left them, and she remembered. Thomas Ashford. Nell. Some things don't fade. She lay there for a while longer, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet sounds of the house settling around her. The soft creak of old wood, the distant drip of water from the gutters outside, the world going about its business as if nothing at all had changed. But something had changed. Maggie could feel it, like a shift in pressure before a storm, the sense that the version of her mother she'd carried in her head for 52 years had just developed a crack, and that everything she learned from here on out was going to widen it. She got up, made coffee she barely tasted, and called Vivian at 9. Vivian Calloway lived in a small one-bedroom apartment at Brookside, an assisted living community about 15 minutes from Alice's house, close enough that Alice had visited her sister every week, right up until the end. Maggie had been there a handful of times over the years, mostly for birthdays, and the place always struck her as pleasant in a slightly sad way, clean, well-maintained, full of careful little touches meant to make it feel less like what it was. Vivian answered the door before Maggie had even finished knocking, which told Maggie everything she needed to know about how the older woman had spent her own night. "You look terrible," Vivian said, by way of greeting, and pulled Maggie into a brief, fierce hug. She smelled like Alice's house, the same lavender, the same faint powdery sweetness, and Maggie had to blink back sudden tears at the familiarity of it. "Thanks," Maggie managed. "You look great, by the way." "I'm 76 and I didn't sleep a wink. I look like I've been dragged behind a truck." "Come in, sit down, I'll make tea." Vivian was already moving toward the small kitchenette, her slippered feet shuffling against the linoleum, her bathrobe, pale blue, slightly worn at the cuffs, wrapped tightly around her thin frame. "Did you bring them? The letters?" Maggie held up the small canvas bag she'd brought, a selection, not everything, just the early ones, the ones from 1958 through 1963. "Some of them. I didn't want to bring the whole box." It felt, she searched for the word, heavy. "To carry around." "It is heavy," Vivian agreed, filling the kettle. "Heavier than you know, probably. Sit. I'll be there in a minute." Maggie sat at the small round table by the window, looking out at the courtyard below, a neat little garden, mostly dormant this early in spring, a few brave crocuses pushing up through the mulch. She thought about her mother sitting in this same chair, week after week, year after year, talking with her sister about, what? The weather? The neighbors? Maggie, and Daniel, and the small, ordinary details of a life that, Maggie now understood, had only ever been half the story. Had Vivian known, all those years? Had she sat across from Alice, drinking tea, knowing about Thomas, about Nell, the whole time? Vivian set 2 mugs of tea on the table and lowered herself carefully into the chair across from Maggie, her hands wrapping around her mug like she needed the warmth of it. "All right," she said, and her voice, usually so brisk, so sure of itself, sounded smaller than Maggie was used to. "Ask me what you want to ask me." Maggie hesitated. There were a dozen questions crowding her throat, and she didn't know which one to let out first. "Who was he?" she said finally. "Thomas Ashford." Who was he, really? Vivian was quiet for a moment, looking down into her tea. "He was the first boy your mother ever loved," she said finally. "And I don't think he was ever really replaced. Not in the way people usually mean that. He was just there. Underneath everything else. The whole time." Vivian told the story slowly, in the careful, looping way of someone who had carried something for a very long time and wasn't quite sure how to set it down all at once. "It was the summer of 1958, she said. "I was 12, 6 years younger than your mother, so I mostly remember it the way kids remember things, in pieces. Impressions. But I remember Thomas Ashford. Everyone in town remembered Thomas Ashford that summer, because he'd just bought himself a camera, a real one, expensive. His father's old shop had finally started doing well enough that Thomas could afford something better than the little box cameras everyone else had. And he went around town taking pictures of everything. The pier, the lighthouse, the old men playing checkers outside the general store. He had this way of making ordinary things look like they meant something. People started asking him to take their pictures. He was good at it, even then." Vivian smiled faintly, the memory softening something in her face. "There was a dance, that summer. At the Pier Pavilion. They used to do those, back then, every couple of weeks during the season, with a little band and string lights and everyone in town showing up whether they could dance or not. Alice went with some friends. I wasn't there, obviously. I was 12 and would have been sent home before it started, but I heard about it the next morning, because Alice came down to breakfast practically glowing, and Mother, our mother, gave her this look." "What kind of look?" "The kind that means trouble," Vivian said. Mother had radar for that sort of thing. She took one look at Alice's face and said, "Who is he?" Just like that. Alice tried to play it off, but Mother wasn't fooled for a second. By that afternoon, half the neighborhood knew Alice Calloway had danced 3 times with the Ashford boy at the pavilion, and Mother had already started saying things like, "Well, I'm sure it's nothing," in the voice that meant she was already worried it was something. Maggie thought of the letter she'd read. "Mother asked about you again today," in that voice she uses, and felt the pieces beginning to click into place. "Was there a reason?" Maggie asked. "For the disapproval, I mean." The letters mentioned something about families, about Thomas's family being new money. Was that really it? Vivian sighed, wrapping both hands more tightly around her mug. It was part of it. The Ashfords were newer to town. Thomas's father had come up from somewhere south, made some money in a way nobody was quite sure of, bought the photography shop maybe 10 years before. There was always a little suspicion about families like that, back then, people who'd come from somewhere else, who didn't have generations of history in the town. It seems so small now, doesn't it? So stupid. But it mattered, then. It mattered enormously. And our family was old town stock, Vivian said, with a slightly wry twist to her mouth. Calloway's had been here since before the Revolution, supposedly, though I always suspected that was more legend than fact. But Mother and Father took it seriously. Respectability. Reputation. It was practically a religion in our house, more important than the actual religion, some days. She paused. And Thomas Ashford, for all that he was a perfectly lovely young man. And he was, Maggie, I want you to understand that he really was not, in our parents' eyes, a suitable young man. Not for their eldest daughter. So what happened? What happened, Vivian said slowly, is exactly what you'd expect, and exactly what nobody wanted to admit was happening, even as it happened. Alice and Thomas kept seeing each other, quietly, mostly, walks along the shore, the kind of thing that could be explained away as running into each other. This went on for 2, maybe 3 years. And the whole time, Mother kept managing things. Steering. Introducing Alice to other young men. Mentioning, very casually, the sons of people she approved of. Robert Whitfield, Maggie said quietly. Vivian nodded. Robert Whitfield. He started turning up at family dinners sometime in late 1960, I think, invited by Mother, of course, under some pretext or other. He was a perfectly nice young man. Steady. Worked at the bank, came from a respectable family, the kind of boy mothers approved of without a second thought. Vivian's mouth twisted slightly. And Alice, your mother, I think she tried, for a while, to want both things. To keep Thomas in the part of her life that was just hers, and to let Robert into the part of her life that everyone else got to see. I don't think she set out to choose between them, not at first. I think she hoped, the way young people do, that it would somehow work itself out without her having to choose at all. But it didn't. No, Vivian agreed quietly. It didn't. The kettle had gone cold by the time Vivian continued, and she got up to make more tea, more for something to do with her hands, Maggie suspected, than because either of them particularly wanted more. What happened, Vivian said, settling back down, is that Mother and Father found out. About Thomas, I mean, about how serious it had really become, sometime in early 1961. I don't know all the details. I was still young enough that most of this happened in whispers and closed doors, the kind of thing children pick up on without ever being told directly. But I remember the atmosphere in the house changing. I remember Alice crying in her room, quietly, the way she always cried, like she was trying not to be heard. And I remember, not long after that, Robert Whitfield being invited to dinner with much more frequency. And Alice just went along with it. It wasn't as simple as going along, Vivian said, a faint edge of defensiveness creeping into her voice. Protective, Maggie realized, of her sister, even now, even decades later. You have to understand what it was like, Maggie, for a young woman in that time, in that place. Your options were limited. Your family's approval mattered. Not just emotionally, but practically. If Mother and Father had truly forbidden the match with Thomas, and I believe they came very close to doing exactly that, Alice would have had almost nothing to fall back on if she defied them. No money of her own. No real way to support herself. The choices that seem so obvious to us now, looking back, just be with the person you love, who cares what your parents think, those choices weren't really choices, not in any practical sense. Not then. Maggie nodded slowly, though something in her chest still ached at the unfairness of it, at the image of her mother, barely past 20, being quietly maneuvered toward a life she hadn't chosen, by people who loved her and believed, genuinely, that they were protecting her. Did she love Robert? Maggie asked. Eventually, I mean. Not instead of Thomas, necessarily. But did she come to love him? Vivian's face softened. Maggie, I want you to hear this clearly, because I think it's the most important thing I can tell you. She leaned forward slightly. Your mother loved your father. Genuinely, completely, for 50 years. I watched it happen. I watched her grow to love him, slowly, over the early years of their marriage, the way people do when they choose, every day, to build something together. It wasn't the same as what she'd had with Thomas. I don't think it could have been, because what she had with Thomas belonged to a part of her life that ended before it really had the chance to become anything more than what it was. But what she had with Robert was real. It was its own thing. It was enough, more than enough. It was a good marriage, Maggie. One of the best I've ever seen, honestly. Then what was Thomas? Maggie asked, and heard her own voice crack slightly on the question. If she loved Dad, really loved him, then why keep writing to Thomas for 60 years? Why keep a box of letters hidden in her closet for her whole life? Why a flower pressed for 50 years, with a note that says, "Some things don't fade"? Vivian was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was very gentle. Because I think, she said slowly, that some things can be true at the same time, even when they seem like they shouldn't be able to. Your mother could love your father completely, and still carry a small, separate place in her heart for someone else. Not instead of. Alongside. A door that never quite closed, even though she never walked back through it. But she did write to him. For 60 years. That's not just a closed door with a draft coming through, Aunt Viv. That's an entire relationship, a correspondence, decades long. That's something. It is something, Vivian agreed. I won't pretend it isn't. But Maggie, and I want you to really hear this. I do not believe, not for 1 second, that what your mother had with Thomas, after she married Robert, was ever improper. Not in any way that would have been a betrayal of your father. I think it was something else entirely. Something I don't fully understand myself, honestly, even after all these years. But not that. Then what was it? Maggie pressed, leaning forward now too, the question feeling suddenly urgent, essential, the question underneath all the other questions. If it wasn't an affair, if she loved Dad, and Dad was enough, and the marriage was real and good, then why did this thing with Thomas continue? For 60 years? What was the point of it? Vivian looked at her for a long moment, and something in her expression shifted, a kind of resignation, Maggie thought, the look of someone finally setting down a weight they'd carried for far too long. I think, Vivian said slowly, that you're going to have to read the rest of those letters to really understand that, Maggie. I've only ever seen pieces of this, fragments, things Alice let slip over the years, things I pieced together the way you'd piece together a puzzle with half the pieces missing. I don't have the whole picture. I don't think anyone does, except your mother, and maybe Thomas, if he's even still. She stopped. If he's still what? Maggie asked. Vivian hesitated, and Maggie saw, for just a moment, something flicker across her aunt's face, a kind of careful blankness, the look of someone deciding, in real time, how much to say. If he's still alive, Vivian said finally. I don't actually know, Maggie. It's been years since your mother said anything about him, and even then it was just a mention. Nothing direct. I don't know if Thomas Ashford is even still living. I'm sorry, I wish I had more for you than that. Maggie nodded slowly, filing the thought away. If he's still alive, feeling the shape of an entirely new question forming, one she hadn't even considered until just now. What if Thomas was still out there, somewhere, What if Maggie could find him? They sat in silence for a while, the tea going cold again, the small apartment quiet except for the distant murmur of a television somewhere down the hall and the occasional soft chime of the elevator. "There's a photograph," Vivian said suddenly, breaking the silence. "I just remembered, I haven't thought about this in years. There used to be a photograph, on Alice's vanity, when we were younger. Before she married Robert. A photograph of her at the pier, taken that first summer, 1958. She kept it on her vanity for years, even after she and Robert married, it was still there, for a while. And then one day it just wasn't. I noticed it was gone, and I asked her about it, and she just said she'd put it away somewhere safer. I never thought much of it, I was young, it wasn't the kind of thing that seemed important at the time." "Do you know what happened to it?" "No," Vivian admitted. "But Maggie, if your mother kept that box of letters in her closet for 60 years, kept a flower pressed for 50, I'd be very surprised if that photograph just disappeared. I think she kept it. I think she kept everything. The question is just where." Maggie thought about the house on Tide Street, the old family summer home, which Alice's brother had inherited decades ago and which now belonged to his son, Maggie's cousin Henry. She thought about the attics and closets and storage spaces of that old house, places Maggie hadn't been inside in years. "The house," Maggie said slowly. "The old house on Tide Street. Mom grew up going there every summer, didn't she? Could she have kept things there? Old things, from before she married Dad?" Vivian's eyes brightened slightly. "It's possible. More than possible, actually. Alice always loved that house more than the one she grew up in, I think. If she was going to keep something hidden away somewhere, somewhere that felt like hers, separate from the life she built with Robert." Vivian trailed off, then looked at Maggie with something that might have been hope. "You should go. Talk to Henry. See what's still up in that attic. I haven't been inside that house in years, but I'd be very surprised if Alice never left anything there." Maggie felt something tighten in her chest, not quite excitement, not quite dread, but something in between. A pull toward the next step, even though she wasn't entirely sure she was ready for whatever that next step might reveal. "I'll call Henry," she said. "Today, if I can." Vivian reached across the small table and took Maggie's hand, her grip surprisingly strong for someone so thin, so tired-looking. "Maggie," she said quietly, "I want you to know something. Whatever you find, wherever this leads, I think your mother wanted you to find it. I don't think that box ended up where it did by accident, and I don't think Alice was a careless woman, not ever, not about anything that mattered to her. If she left these things for you to find, after she was gone, I think it's because she trusted you to understand. To understand her, all of her, not just the parts she showed the world." Maggie felt tears prick at her eyes again, and didn't try to stop them this time. "I want to understand her," she said quietly. "I think I've spent my whole life only knowing half of her, and I didn't even realize it until last night." "Then go," Vivian said gently, squeezing her hand once before letting go. "Go to the old house. See what's waiting for you there. And Maggie," she paused, and something in her expression turned suddenly serious, almost solemn. "Be gentle with whatever you find. Whatever it is. I think it's going to be more than you expect." Maggie nodded, gathering the letters back into her bag, her mind already racing ahead. To the old house on Tide Street, to attics she hadn't been inside in decades, to a missing photograph and a man named Thomas Ashford who might, just might, still be out there somewhere. As she stood to leave, Vivian caught her arm once more. "One more thing," she said. "When you go on a quiet day. Take your time. Don't rush through it." She smiled, faintly, sadly. "Some houses hold their secrets close. You have to give them a reason to let go." Maggie thought about the rain, still falling steadily outside the window, soft and gray and endless, and about the box of letters waiting back at her mother's house, and about an old summer house 2 towns over that she hadn't set foot in for years. "Tomorrow," she said. "I'll go tomorrow." And as she stepped out into the gray morning, the rain falling softly around her, Maggie found herself thinking, for the first time in 12 years, about a house she hadn't allowed herself to miss in a very long time, and about everything it might be quietly waiting to give back. Chapter 4: The House on Tide Street. The drive to Tide Street took just under 2 hours, most of it along the coastal route Maggie hadn't traveled in years. Past salt marshes and weathered boathouses, past the same gray ocean stretching out on her right, restless under a sky that couldn't decide whether it wanted to rain or simply threatened to. Maggie had called Henry the night before. Her cousin had sounded surprised to hear from her. They weren't close, hadn't been close in years, the kind of family members who exchanged Christmas cards and the occasional condolence but little else, but he'd agreed readily enough to let her come by. "It's been a while since anyone's really gone through that attic," he'd said, his voice carrying the particular flatness of someone who'd inherited a house full of other people's history and wasn't entirely sure what to do with it. "Honestly, Maggie, half of what's up there probably belonged to your side of the family more than mine anyway. Take whatever you want. I'd been meaning to clear it out for years." Something in his tone, a kind of weary resignation, made Maggie wonder, even then, if there was more to Henry's reluctance than simple procrastination. But she hadn't pressed. Not yet. The house came into view as she rounded the final bend in the road, and Maggie felt something catch in her chest at the sight of it, the way it always had, even as a child. It was a big, rambling Victorian, gray-shingled and slightly weathered, with a wraparound porch and a turret on one corner that had always struck young Maggie as faintly magical, like something out of a storybook. It sat on a rise overlooking the water, surrounded by overgrown beach grass and a scattering of wind-bent pines. Maggie hadn't been here since her father's funeral, 12 years ago. Before that, not since she was a teenager. The summer visits had stopped sometime in her early 20s, the way these things did, without anyone quite deciding to stop them. She parked in the gravel driveway and sat for a moment, looking up at the house, feeling the weight of memory pressing in on her. Summers spent on that porch, her grandmother's voice calling them in for dinner, her mother laughing at something, young and sun-browned and happy in a way Maggie hadn't thought much about until last night. Alice loved this house more than the one she grew up in, Vivian had said. Maggie got out of the car just as the front door opened, and Henry stepped out onto the porch. Henry Calloway was 58, broad-shouldered, with graying hair and the weathered look of a man who spent most of his time outdoors. He'd taken over his father's small contracting business years ago, and Maggie could see it in the calluses on his hands when he shook hers, in the easy, practical way he moved. "Maggie." He pulled her into a brief, slightly awkward hug, the kind exchanged between relatives who hadn't quite figured out how close they were supposed to be. "Sorry about Aunt Alice. I should have come to the funeral. Work's been." "It's fine, Henry. Really. Come on in. Place is a mess, fair warning. I've been meaning to do something with it for years, but," he shrugged, leading her up the porch steps. Easier said than done, with a house this size. Inside, the house smelled exactly the way Maggie remembered: salt air and old wood and something faintly like mothballs, the smell of a place that had been closed up for long stretches at a time. The front rooms were mostly bare, furniture covered in dust sheets, but Maggie could still make out the shapes of things: the big dining table where her grandmother used to host enormous Sunday dinners, the worn armchair by the front window where her grandfather used to sit with the newspaper. "You said you wanted to look in the attic," Henry said, leading her toward the back staircase. "Mind if I ask what you're looking for, exactly? You were pretty vague on the phone." Maggie hesitated. She hadn't decided, on the drive over, how much to tell Henry, whether to explain about the letters, about Thomas Ashford, about the strange, expanding mystery that had taken over her thoughts since the night before last. But standing here, in this house that had clearly meant so much to her mother, surrounded by family she barely knew, Maggie found herself wanting to be honest. "I found something," she said slowly. "In Mom's closet, after the funeral. A box of letters, old ones, going back to the 50s. From a man named Thomas Ashford. Aunt Vivian thinks Mom might have kept other things here, at this house. From before she married my dad." Henry's steps slowed, just slightly, on the staircase ahead of her. "Thomas Ashford," he repeated, and something in his voice made Maggie look up sharply. "You know the name?" Henry didn't answer right away. He reached the top of the staircase and stood there for a moment, his hand resting on the attic door, his back to Maggie. "My dad used to mention him," Henry said finally, his voice careful. "Not often. Just every once in a while, usually after a few drinks, he'd get this look and say something about the Ashford business like it was some old family scandal nobody talked about. I always figured it was nothing. Old gossip. The kind of thing every family has buried somewhere." "Did he ever say what it was about?" Henry shook his head. "No. And I never asked, honestly. It seemed like the kind of thing that was better left alone." He pushed the attic door open, revealing a narrow staircase leading up into shadow. "Why? Is it important?" Maggie thought about the dozens of letters spanning 60 years, about the pressed flower, about some things don't fade. "I think it might be," she said quietly. "I think it might be very important." The attic was exactly what Maggie remembered, and yet somehow smaller, the way places from childhood always seem to shrink when you return to them as an adult. Low, sloped ceilings, a single dusty window at the far end letting in gray afternoon light, and everywhere, stacked and piled and pushed into corners, the accumulated belongings of generations. "Most of this is just old furniture and Christmas decorations," Henry said, picking his way carefully through the clutter. "There's some trunks over by the window that might have old clothes, photographs, that kind of thing. I haven't really gone through any of it properly. Every time I start, I get about an hour in and lose the will to live." Maggie smiled faintly, despite herself, and followed him toward the window. The trunks were old, steamer trunks, the kind with leather straps and brass fittings, the leather cracked and faded with age. Henry helped her pull the lids open, revealing layers of folded fabric, old quilts, dresses, linens yellowed with time. It took nearly an hour of careful searching before Maggie found anything that felt significant. Beneath a stack of old curtains, in the bottom of the third trunk, her fingers brushed against something hard and flat, wrapped in what looked like an old bedsheet. She pulled it out carefully and unwrapped it. It was a painting, a small one, maybe 12 by 16 inches, in a simple wooden frame. The canvas showed the pier at sunset, the water rendered in soft golds and purples, the old pavilion silhouetted against the sky. It was, Maggie thought, genuinely beautiful. The kind of amateur work that nonetheless showed real skill, real feeling. She turned it over. On the back, in pencil, was written, A.C. 1962. A.C. Alice Calloway. Henry, Maggie said softly, did you know Mom painted? Henry came over, looking at the canvas with mild surprise. No. Can't say I did. Aunt Alice always seemed more the practical type, you know. Gardening, baking. Never figured her for an artist. Maggie set the painting carefully aside and dug deeper into the trunk. And found more. Painting after painting, wrapped in old fabric, stacked together like a hidden gallery. Most were coastal scenes, the pier, the lighthouse, the beach at various times of day and in various seasons, all signed the same way, AC, with dates that span decades. 1962, 1968, 1975, 1983, 1991. There's so many, Maggie murmured, lifting out painting after painting, laying them carefully across the dusty attic floor. Henry, this isn't a hobby she tried once and gave up on. This is decades. This is a whole body of work. And then, near the bottom of the stack, Maggie found one that made her stop entirely. It was larger than the others, maybe 20 by 24 inches, and unlike the rest, it was unfinished. The pier was there, rendered with the same careful, luminous detail as the others. But in the foreground, where the other paintings often showed small, distant figures walking along the boardwalk, this one showed two figures much closer, much more detailed. Two young people, standing close together at the railing, looking out at the water. One of them, a young woman, dark-haired, wearing a pale yellow dress, was clearly, unmistakably, Alice. Maggie recognized her instantly, even though the figure's face was turned slightly away, in profile, looking out toward the horizon. The posture, the set of the shoulders, something in the gentle curve of the figure's stance. It was her mother, young, captured with such tenderness that Maggie felt her throat tighten just looking at it. The other figure, a young man, standing beside her, slightly turned toward her, had no face at all. The canvas there was simply blank. Primed, ready for paint, but never finished. A faceless young man, standing forever at the railing beside a young Alice, looking at her with an expression that would never exist. Who's that supposed to be? Henry asked, peering over Maggie's shoulder. Maggie didn't answer right away. She was looking at the unfinished face, at the careful, deliberate blankness of it, and thinking about the letters, about a young man named Thomas who had loved her mother completely, in the summer before she married someone else. She couldn't finish it, Maggie thought. Or she didn't want to. Either way, she left him faceless. On purpose. I think, Maggie said slowly, that might be Thomas Ashford. They found the photograph an hour later, tucked behind the unfinished painting, wedged into the gap between the canvas and the wooden backing, almost as if it had been deliberately hidden there. It was old, black and white, slightly faded, showing two young people standing on the pier. The same pier as in the paintings, Maggie realized immediately, the same railing, even the same angle of light suggesting late afternoon, early evening. One of the figures was unmistakably young Alice, 17 or 18, dark-haired, wearing the same pale dress as in the painting, laughing at something, her head tilted slightly toward her companion. The other figure, where his face should have been, was simply gone. Not faded, not damaged by time. Cut out. A clean, careful, deliberate cut, removing the head and face entirely, leaving only the shoulders and the suggestion of a young man's frame, his arms slightly raised as if he'd been gesturing at something, mid-sentence, mid-laugh, when the photograph was taken. Maggie stared at the cut photograph for a long moment, feeling something cold settle in her stomach. Two faceless versions of the same young man, she thought. One painted, one cut from a photograph. Both deliberate. Both careful. That's strange, Henry said, frowning at the photograph. Why would someone cut out just the face like that? Looks almost surgical. I don't think it was anger, Maggie said slowly, turning the photograph over in her hands. There was nothing written on the back, no date, no names, nothing. If she was angry, if she wanted to erase him, get rid of the memory, she would have thrown the whole thing away. Burned it, maybe. But she kept it. She kept the photograph, just without his face. And she painted him the same way, present, but faceless. So why? Maggie thought about it, turning the photograph over in her hands, looking at the careful, precise edge of the cut, not torn, not ragged, but cut, deliberately, with scissors or a knife, by someone who had taken their time. And then, slowly, an idea began to form, one that made her chest tighten with something between sadness and a strange, dawning tenderness. What if, Maggie said slowly, it wasn't about erasing him at all? What if it was about protecting him? Henry looked at her, confused. Protecting him from what? From being recognized, Maggie said. Think about it, Henry. If Mom kept this photograph her whole life, kept it somewhere it might be found someday, by someone, by me, maybe. And if Thomas Ashford was someone she cared about, someone she maybe didn't want exposed, didn't want gossiped about, didn't want anyone connecting to her, even decades later, Maggie looked down at the faceless figure, the careful, deliberate absence where a face should have been. Cutting out his face would mean that no one could ever look at this photo and say, oh, that's Thomas Ashford. Even if they found it. Even if they wondered. His identity would stay protected. Hidden. Just like everything else. That's. Henry trailed off, looking at the photograph with new eyes. That's actually kind of sad, when you put it that way. Yeah, Maggie said softly, looking at the unfinished painting, at the careful blankness of the young man's face, at the photograph with its surgical absence. Yeah, it is. She thought about the letters, some things don't fade. And about a woman who had spent 60 years carefully, deliberately, protecting the privacy of a man she'd loved as a teenager, even while building an entire life with someone else. Protecting him not from her own feelings, but from the world. From scrutiny. From becoming a scandal, or a story, or a name anyone could attach to her mother's life and pick apart. She loved him enough to erase him, Maggie thought, and to keep the evidence of that erasure for 60 years. It was, Maggie thought, one of the saddest and most tender things she had ever encountered. They worked through the rest of the trunk's contents over the next hour, Henry growing quieter, more thoughtful, as painting after painting emerged. Nearly 30 in total, Maggie estimated, spanning more than 3 decades of her mother's secret artistic life. Coastal scenes, mostly, though a few were different. Interior scenes, a kitchen Maggie recognized as the one in her childhood home, a portrait of a young boy that Maggie realized, with a small jolt, was Daniel, painted sometime in his early childhood, decades before Maggie had ever known her mother painted at all. "She was good," Henry said quietly, holding up one of the later paintings, a winter scene, the pier dusted with snow, rendered with a confidence and skill that suggested decades of practice. "Really good, actually." Why would she keep all this hidden? Maggie thought about that question for a long moment. "I don't know," she admitted. "Maybe it was just hers. Something private, something that belonged only to her, that didn't have to be explained or shared or turned into a thing. Maybe that's exactly why she could keep doing it for so long, because nobody knew, nobody had opinions, nobody made it into something it wasn't." "Like the letters," Henry said quietly. Maggie looked up at him. "Yeah," she said. "Like the letters." It was nearly dusk by the time they finished going through the trunk's contents, the gray afternoon light fading into deeper shadow outside the attic window. Maggie had set aside the unfinished painting and the cut photograph, planning to bring both home with her, along with several of the other paintings. She wasn't sure yet what she'd do with them, but she knew, with a kind of certainty she couldn't fully explain, that they needed to come with her. She was wrapping the unfinished painting carefully in a clean cloth when something slipped out from behind it, a folded piece of newspaper, yellowed and brittle, that had apparently been tucked between the canvas and its wooden backing along with the photograph. Maggie unfolded it carefully. It was a clipping, a small article, with a photograph, from what looked like a regional newspaper. The photograph showed a man, perhaps in his late 30s, standing in front of what appeared to be a display of framed photographs at some kind of exhibition or award ceremony. He was smiling, slightly awkwardly, the way people often did in posed photographs, holding a small plaque. The headline read, "Local photographer honored for lifetime achievement." Maggie's eyes moved to the caption beneath the photograph. "Thomas Ashford, longtime photographer and editor of the Millbrook Gazette, was honored Tuesday evening with a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Regional Photographers Guild. Ashford, who has resided in Millbrook for over 20 years, began his career." Maggie stopped reading. Her eyes had caught on one detail, and she found herself reading it again, and then a third time, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something less significant if she just looked at them long enough. Resided in Millbrook for over 20 years. Millbrook. Maggie knew Millbrook. Everyone in this part of the coast knew Millbrook. It was a small town, maybe 20 minutes' drive from where Maggie's mother had lived for nearly 50 years. 2 towns over, practically. Close enough to drive to for an afternoon. Close enough that Maggie herself had probably driven through it dozens of times over the years, without ever once thinking about it. The date on the clipping, faded but still legible in the corner of the page, read, 1975. Maggie sat back on her heels, the clipping trembling slightly in her hands, feeling the full weight of what she'd just found settling over her. Thomas Ashford hadn't disappeared after 1963, after that final letter, "I won't write again," that had turned out to be anything but final. He hadn't moved away, hadn't built a life somewhere far off, somewhere distant and safely out of reach. He had stayed close. 20 minutes away. 4 decades. The whole time, Maggie thought, her chest tightening with something she couldn't quite name, grief, maybe, or wonder, or both at once. He was right there. The whole time. She looked up at Henry, who was watching her with growing concern. "Maggie? You okay? You've gone kind of pale." Maggie held up the clipping, her voice barely above a whisper. "Henry," she said, "I think I know where Thomas Ashford was living. In 1975, at least." She looked down at the faded newsprint, at the smiling, slightly awkward man holding his award, a man her mother had loved for 60 years and had never, as far as Maggie knew, lived more than a short drive away from. "Millbrook," Maggie said softly. "He was 20 minutes from here." The whole time she thought about her mother, about Sunday drives, about errands run in nearby towns, about a lifetime of small, ordinary trips that Maggie had never once questioned, never once wondered about. How many of those trips, Maggie wondered suddenly, had really been about something, someone else? Outside, the light had nearly gone entirely now, the attic sinking into shadow, and Maggie sat very still amid the scattered paintings and the faceless photograph and the newspaper clipping that had just rewritten, yet again, everything she thought she understood about the quiet, careful, infinitely more complicated life her mother had actually lived. 20 minutes away, she thought. The whole time. And somewhere, underneath the shock, a new thought was beginning to form, quiet at first, but growing steadily louder, the way such thoughts do once they take hold. If he lived that close in 1975, is there any chance he's still there now? Chapter 5: What the Historical Society Knows. The Millbrook Historical Society occupied a narrow brick building on the town's main street, sandwiched between a hardware store and a small cafe, with a hand-painted sign in the window that read open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 4, or by appointment. Maggie had called ahead the evening before, after a restless night spent staring at the newspaper clipping, turning the name Millbrook over and over in her mind like a stone she couldn't stop touching. The woman who'd answered the phone, Ruth Ferreira, she'd introduced herself, had sounded delighted at the prospect of a visitor with a research question. "We don't get many people in here who actually want to find something," she'd said, with a warm laugh. "Mostly it's school groups, and let me tell you, 12-year-olds are not exactly enthusiastic about microfilm." Now, standing on the sidewalk outside the building, Maggie found herself oddly nervous. More nervous, in some ways, than she'd been walking into Henry's attic. The attic had felt like her mother's space, private and personal. This felt like stepping into the wider world, into a place where Thomas Ashford had been a real person, with a public life, a career, a name people in this town might actually remember. She pushed open the door. The inside of the Historical Society was exactly what Maggie had expected. Small, cramped, smelling pleasantly of old paper and dust, with shelves crowded with books and binders and filing cabinets along every wall. A woman in her late 60s looked up from behind a cluttered desk near the back, peering over a pair of reading glasses with bright, curious eyes. "You must be Maggie," she said, standing up and extending a hand. Ruth Ferreira was a small, sturdy woman with close-cropped gray hair and the kind of energetic warmth that seemed entirely unaffected by the dim, dusty surroundings. Come in, come in. I've been digging around since you called, couldn't help myself." "Thomas Ashford, you said?" "That's right." Maggie shook her hand, feeling something loosen slightly in her chest at the woman's easy friendliness. "I really appreciate you taking the time. I know this is sort of an odd request." "Not odd at all. Local history is my whole life, dear. Odd requests are basically my favorite kind." Ruth gestured toward a small table near the window, where several folders and binders had already been laid out, along with a pot of tea and 2 mismatched mugs. Sit, sit. I made tea. Tell me, what's your connection to Thomas Ashford, If you don't mind my asking. Maggie sat down, wrapping her hands around the offered mug, and found herself, for the second time in 3 days, explaining the strange story that had taken over her life. The letters, the box, the paintings, the photograph with its careful, surgical absence. Ruth listened with growing fascination, her eyes widening at certain points, her hand occasionally drifting to her chest as if to steady herself. "Oh, my," she said softly, when Maggie finished. "Oh, my goodness. That's... Maggie, that's quite a story. And you found all this just this week?" 3 days ago, Maggie confirmed. "It feels like longer." "I imagine it does." Ruth shook her head slowly, then seemed to gather herself, reaching for one of the folders on the table. "Well, let me tell you what I know about Thomas Ashford, though I'll warn you, it's probably more than you're expecting, and maybe less than you're hoping for, all at the same time." Thomas Ashford, Ruth began, opening the folder and spreading out a handful of yellowed newspaper clippings across the table, was something of a fixture around here, for a long time. He moved to Millbrook sometime in the early 60s, I want to say 1963, though I'd have to double-check, and he worked at the Millbrook Gazette for almost his entire career. Started as a photographer, eventually became the editor, ran the paper for, 20 years or more, until it folded in the early 90s, like so many small-town papers did. Maggie's breath caught slightly at the date. 1963, the same year as that final, unfinished letter, "I won't write again." He'd come from somewhere up the coast originally, Ruth continued, sliding one of the clippings toward Maggie. A grainy photograph of a much younger Thomas, perhaps in his mid-20s, standing in front of the Gazette's offices with a camera around his neck. Nobody really knew much about his past, from what I understand. He wasn't the type to talk about himself much. Quiet sort of man. Well-liked, though. Everybody in town knew Thomas Ashford, even if nobody knew him well, if that makes sense. Maggie looked down at the photograph. The young man in the image had a thin, serious face, dark hair, and an expression that struck Maggie as somehow familiar, though she couldn't immediately place why, until she realized it was the same kind of careful, watchful expression she'd seen in some of her mother's later photographs. The look of someone observing more than participating. Was he ever married? Maggie asked. Did he have a family? Ruth shook her head. Never married, as far as I know. Lived alone, his whole life, in a little house out near the Marsh Road. There was talk, over the years, you know, small towns always talk, but nothing ever came of it, as far as anyone could tell. He was just a bachelor. The kind of man people described as married to his work, though I always thought that phrase was a bit of a cop-out, honestly. People say that about anyone who doesn't fit the expected pattern, don't they? Maggie nodded slowly, thinking about 60 years of letters, about a man who had apparently spent his entire adult life within driving distance of a woman he could never have, never married, never moved on. Married to his work, people had said. But maybe, Maggie thought, with a quiet ache, maybe he'd simply been waiting. Or not waiting, exactly. Just staying close. In whatever way he could. Do you have any of his photography? Maggie asked. The kind he did for the paper, or anything else? Oh, plenty, Ruth said, brightening. He was quite talented, actually, won some regional awards over the years. We've got a small collection here, mostly from his Gazette work, but also some personal pieces he donated to the society before he passed. Maggie's stomach dropped slightly. He's passed away, then? Thomas Ashford is dead? Ruth's expression softened with sympathy. I'm sorry, dear, yes. 3 years ago now, I believe. He was quite old by then, late 80s. Lived a long life, by all accounts. Quiet, but long. Maggie sat with that for a moment, feeling something complicated settle over her. Not quite grief, exactly, since she'd never known the man, never met him, never even heard his name until 3 days ago. But something adjacent to grief. A sense of having arrived somewhere just slightly too late. He's gone, she thought. Whatever I might have learned from him directly, whatever questions I might have asked him, that's gone now. Whatever's left has to come from what he left behind. Did he leave anything? Maggie asked. Belongings, I mean. Personal things. Was there family, anyone who would have handled his estate? Ruth nodded, reaching for another folder. His nephew, I believe, Walter Ashford. Lives up in Portland now, I think, or used to. He came down to handle things after Thomas passed, sold the house, donated some materials to us. I have his contact information somewhere, if you'd like it. He seemed like a decent sort, from what little I dealt with him. A bit reserved, but decent. I'd love that, Maggie said. Thank you. While Ruth searched through a filing cabinet for Walter's information, Maggie turned her attention to the donated photographs Ruth had pulled out, a small stack of black and white prints, mostly landscapes and town scenes, the kind of careful, evocative photography that Maggie was beginning to recognize as distinctly Thomas's style. The pier. The lighthouse. The marsh at sunset. And then, near the bottom of the stack, Maggie found one that made her go very still. It showed a young woman, dark-haired, slim, in a pale dress, standing at the railing of a pier, looking out toward the water, her face turned slightly away from the camera, caught in profile against the late afternoon light. The photograph had no caption, no name attached, just a small, handwritten note on the back, in pencil, that read simply. Evening light, the old pier. But Maggie didn't need a caption. She recognized the dress. She recognized the posture, the same gentle curve of the shoulders that she'd seen in the unfinished painting, in the cut photograph. She recognized, with absolute certainty, the young woman in the photograph. It was her mother. Young Alice, Nell. Caught forever in golden evening light, unaware or unconcerned that she was being photographed, looking out at the water with an expression Maggie couldn't quite read but felt, somehow, in her chest, something wistful, something at peace. Ruth, Maggie said quietly, her voice unsteady. This photograph. Do you know when it was taken? Ruth looked over, adjusting her glasses, and took the photograph gently from Maggie's hands. She said, turning it over, examining the back. No date, unfortunately. Thomas wasn't always great about that, with his personal work. But based on the style, the paper stock. She turned it back over, studying the image itself. I'd guess sometime in the early 60s, maybe. It's hard to say precisely. Why, does it mean something to you? Maggie swallowed. That's my mother, she said softly. That's Alice. That's Nell. Ruth's eyes widened, and she looked back down at the photograph with new appreciation, almost reverence. "Oh, my," she said again, softer this time. "Oh, Maggie." He photographed her. He kept this, donated it, even, all these years later, to us. To the Historical Society. Without ever saying who she was. He just, let it sit here, Maggie said, half to herself, looking at the photograph. At her mother, young and luminous and entirely unaware that this image of her would outlive Thomas himself, would end up here, in a small filing cabinet in a small museum, waiting, perhaps, for exactly this moment. All these years. Just sitting in a folder, with no name attached. Just, evening light, the old pier. "May I keep this?" Maggie asked suddenly, looking up at Ruth. "Or, a copy, at least?" "I'd like to have it. If that's all right." "Of course, dear. Of course you can have it." "I think," Ruth's voice caught slightly, and she cleared her throat. "I think, given everything you've told me, it probably belongs with you more than it belongs here." Ruth found Walter Ashford's contact information, an address and phone number in Portland, written on the back of an old business card, and gave it to Maggie along with the photograph, carefully wrapped in tissue paper. "I'll let him know you might be reaching out," Ruth offered. "If that would help." Walter can be a bit guarded with strangers, understandably. He handled all of Thomas's affairs, and I imagine people sometimes come asking about Thomas's estate for less sentimental reasons. "That would help a lot, thank you," Maggie said gratefully. They sat for a while longer, Ruth pulling out additional materials, old Gazette issues with Thomas's byline, a few more photographs, a brief obituary from 3 years ago that Maggie read with a strange, hollow feeling. Thomas Ashford, 87, longtime editor of the Millbrook Gazette and respected local photographer, passed away peacefully at his home on March 14. Mr. Ashford was predeceased by his parents and is survived by his nephew, Walter Ashford, of Portland, Maine. A private service was held. In lieu of flowers, the family requests donations to the Millbrook Historical Society, in recognition of Mr. Ashford's lifelong contributions to the documentation of local history. Predeceased by his parents. No wife. No children. No mention of anyone else. No mention, of course, of a woman named Alice, or Nell, who had apparently occupied some essential part of his heart for over 60 years, who he had stayed close to, quietly, for his entire adult life, without ever once, as far as Maggie could tell, making any claim on her at all. A private service was held. Maggie wondered, with a sudden ache, whether her mother had known. Whether Alice had been told, somehow, when Thomas died. Or whether she'd simply not known. Whether one day, 3 years ago, the letters had simply stopped, and Alice had been left to wonder, alone, what had happened to the man she'd been writing to for 60 years. The thought was almost unbearable. "Ruth," Maggie said slowly, looking up from the obituary, "is there any way to know? Do you know if my mother ever reached out around the time Thomas passed? If she knew?" Ruth's expression turned thoughtful. "I don't know, dear. I wasn't in close contact with Thomas in his final years. By then he was quite reclusive, mostly kept to himself. Walter would know more about that, I'd think. He handled all of Thomas's correspondence, at the end." Maggie nodded slowly, filing that thought away alongside everything else. Another question for Walter, another piece of the puzzle that seemed to be growing larger, more intricate, with every new discovery. It was nearly 4 o'clock. "Closing time," Ruth mentioned with a faint, apologetic smile. when Ruth pulled out one final item from the back of the folder, almost as an afterthought. "Oh, I almost forgot about this one," she said, sliding a small, folded program across the table. This was in with some of the other donated materials. A conference program, from 1975, Regional Press Association, I believe. Thomas attended a fair number of these, over the years, for the Gazette. I'm not sure why this particular one ended up donated along with his photography materials, but it was in the same box, so I kept it together with everything else. Maggie unfolded the program carefully. It was a simple, typed document, 3 days of sessions, speakers, a list of attendees printed in small type across the back pages. The kind of thing that, under ordinary circumstances, Maggie would have glanced at and immediately set aside. But something made her look more closely at the attendee list, and there, halfway down the second page, 2 names had been circled in pencil. Faint, faded pencil, the kind of mark that might have been made decades ago and simply never erased. E. Whitfield, Hartwell County Education Board. T. Ashford, Millbrook Gazette. Both names circled. And beside them, small, almost too faint to make out at first, but unmistakable once Maggie's eyes adjusted, someone had drawn a tiny heart. Just a small, careful pencil heart, connecting the 2 circled names. Maggie stared at it for a long moment, her heart pounding. E. Whitfield. Alice Whitfield. My mother. A 3-day conference. 1975, both Alice and Thomas listed as attendees, both circled, on the same page, with a small heart drawn between their names. Ruth, Maggie said slowly, her voice barely above a whisper, do you know what this conference was? Where it was held? Ruth leaned over, adjusting her glasses, and studied the program. Regional Education and Press Association Conference. Looks like they used to hold these joint conferences sometimes, education boards and local press. Lots of overlap in attendance back then. Held at the Hartwell Inn, up the coast. I remember that place. Big old hotel. Closed down years ago now. 3 days, it says here, May of 1975. 3 days. Maggie thought about the letters she'd read. The early ones, from 1958 through 1963, full of stolen moments and careful secrecy. And then the long silence after 1963, the I won't write again, followed, somehow, by decades more letters anyway. What if, Maggie thought suddenly, her heart racing, this conference, this single, circled, heart-marked event in 1975, was something more than just an overlap in professional schedules? What if this was the one time, in 60 years, that Alice and Thomas had actually been together? Really together, in person, as adults, away from the small town where everyone knew everyone, away from the careful watchfulness of family and reputation and everything that had kept them apart for so long? 3 days. At a hotel. 2 hours from home. Both of them. Maggie looked up at Ruth, who was watching her with an expression of dawning understanding, and something like quiet wonder. Maggie, Ruth said softly, I think you might have just found something important. Maggie nodded slowly, looking back down at the circled names, at the small, faded heart someone had drawn between them. Drawn by whom, Maggie wondered? Alice? Thomas? Some private joke, some private acknowledgement, made decades ago and then carefully preserved, tucked away in a box of donated materials that had sat, unremarked, in a small-town historical society for years, waiting. I think, Maggie said quietly, folding the program with careful hands, that I need to find out everything I can about 3 days in May, 1975. She thought about Walter Ashford, in Portland, about the box of letters waiting at home, the bundles she hadn't yet read, the years stretching from 1975 onward that she hadn't yet opened. Somewhere in those letters, Maggie was certain now, there would be something about this conference. Something about 3 days that might have changed everything. Or, perhaps, something about 3 days where nothing changed at all, except everything underneath. "Thank you, Ruth," Maggie said, gathering the photograph, the program, and the contact information for Walter Ashford into her bag. "Thank you for all of this. I don't think you understand how much this means." "I think I have some idea," Ruth said gently, walking Maggie to the door. "Maggie, when you do reach out to Walter, and when you do find out more about all this, I'd love to hear how it turns out. If you're willing to share, that is. It's not often local history turns out to be quite this." She searched for the word, smiling faintly. "Quite this alive." "I'll let you know," Maggie promised. "I will." Outside, the afternoon had turned gray again, clouds gathering over the marsh, the air carrying the faint, familiar scent of approaching rain. Maggie stood on the sidewalk for a moment, looking down at the folded conference program in her hands. At the two circled names, at the small pencil heart between them, and felt the strange, vertiginous sensation of standing at the edge of something enormous. 3 days, in 1975. 2 hours from home. Both of them, together, for the first time, perhaps, since 1963. What had happened during those 3 days? And whatever it was, Maggie thought, looking up at the gathering clouds, feeling the first faint drops of rain begin to fall. Whatever had happened, it had clearly mattered enough that someone, decades later, had circled both their names and drawn a small heart between them, and then quietly, carefully, let that small piece of paper disappear into a box of donated materials, where it had waited, patiently, for exactly this moment. Waited for Maggie to find it. Maggie pulled out her phone, scrolling to Walter Ashford's number, her thumb hovering over the call button. Whatever happened in 1975, she thought, Walter might know. And if he doesn't, Thomas's own letters might. She took a breath, and pressed call. Chapter 6, What the Walls Remember. The call went to voicemail. Maggie stood on the sidewalk outside the Historical Society, rain beginning to fall in earnest now, listening to a recorded message, a man's voice, clipped and formal. "This is Walter Ashford, I'm unable to take your call," and felt a small, deflating drop of disappointment. She left a message anyway, keeping it brief and as unalarming as she could manage. "Hi, Mr. Ashford, my name is Maggie Sorensen. Ruth Ferreira at the Millbrook Historical Society suggested I reach out. It's about my mother, Alice Whitfield, and your uncle, Thomas. I think they knew each other, a long time ago, and I'm trying to learn more about that. I'd really appreciate it if you'd call me back, whenever you have a moment. No rush." She hung up, tucked her phone away, and stood for a moment in the rain, feeling the strange anticlimax of it, all that momentum, all that urgency, and now just waiting. A voicemail, sitting unheard on someone else's phone, somewhere up in Portland. Patience, she told herself, echoing Vivian's words from the day before. Some houses hold their secrets close. You have to give them a reason to let go. Maybe people did too. She drove back to Tide Street the next morning, not because she expected to find anything new, exactly, but because Henry had texted the night before, Found something else up here. Might be nothing. Come by if you want. Something in the brevity of the message, the careful neutrality of might be nothing, made Maggie suspect it was, in fact, something. Henry met her at the door again, but this time there was something different in his expression, a kind of tension Maggie hadn't seen the day before, a furrow in his brow that hadn't been there when they'd parted ways over the paintings and the photograph. "Thanks for coming back," he said, leading her inside. "I wasn't sure if I should even mention this, honestly. But after you left yesterday, I couldn't stop thinking about it. About what my dad used to say. The Ashford business. And I started thinking, there's this thing in the front parlor, this loose panel near the fireplace. I always figured it was just bad construction, you know, old house, things settle. But last night I got to thinking about it, and I went and checked, and..." He stopped at the entrance to the front parlor. A room Maggie remembered vaguely from childhood, formal and rarely used, with a large stone fireplace along one wall and faded floral wallpaper that had probably been fashionable sometime around 1965. "Here," Henry said, crouching down beside the fireplace and running his hand along the wooden paneling at its base. "This panel. It's not actually attached the way the others are, it's been cut and refitted, like someone made it removable on purpose. I never noticed before, because it's painted to match, and it's been painted over a few times since, probably. But look." He pressed against one edge of the panel, and it shifted slightly, revealing a thin gap along its edge. With careful effort, Henry worked his fingers into the gap and pulled, and the panel came away from the wall with a soft, dusty creak, revealing a dark cavity behind it. A space between the fireplace structure and the outer wall, perhaps 2 feet wide and a foot deep, clearly built into the original construction of the house but long since forgotten, painted over, sealed away. Inside, wrapped in what looked like an old wool blanket, was another bundle. Maggie's breath caught. "I almost didn't open it," Henry admitted, sitting back on his heels. "After what you told me yesterday, about the letters, about Thomas, I had this feeling. Like maybe this was connected. So I figured I'd wait for you." Maggie knelt down beside him, her hands trembling slightly as she reached for the bundle. It was heavier than she expected, and when she pulled back the wool blanket, she found a stack of envelopes, dozens of them, tied together not with the careful ribbon Maggie had found in her mother's box, but with simple string, knotted tightly, as if whoever had bundled them together hadn't been particularly gentle about it. The handwriting on the envelopes was the same as before, Thomas's looping script, addressed each time to Nell. But the postmarks, when Maggie checked them, told a different story than the bundles she'd already found. 1985, 1987, 1989, 1991, 1993, 1995. A decade of letters. Letters Maggie hadn't seen before, letters that, as far as she could tell, didn't exist in the box she'd found in her mother's closet. "Henry," Maggie said slowly, her voice unsteady, "these are letters from Thomas to my mother. From the 80s and 90s. I don't think Mom ever saw these." They sat together on the floor of the parlor, the rain pattering softly against the windows, while Maggie carefully untied the string and began going through the letters, and Henry, after a moment's hesitation, began to talk. "My dad," he said slowly, "wasn't always a great guy. I loved him, don't get me wrong. But he had this thing, this kind of possessiveness, about the family. About reputation. He was older than Alice, did you know that? By about 10 years. He would have been a teenager during all that stuff with Thomas, old enough to remember it, old enough to have opinions about it, the way teenagers do. What kind of opinions? I don't know exactly, Henry admitted. But I remember, this would have been sometime in the mid-80s, I think, because I was maybe in high school. I remember my dad being really agitated about something, for a few weeks. Wouldn't talk about it, just tense. Snapping at people. And then one day I came down here, to the house, with him. He was doing some kind of work on the fireplace. I remember that part clearly, because it was a whole production. He had me hauling tools around all day, and afterward, he seemed different. Calmer. Like whatever had been bothering him had been resolved. Maggie looked down at the bundle of letters in her lap, at the dates, 1985 through 1995, and felt something cold settle in her stomach. He found these, Maggie said slowly. Didn't he? Somehow, maybe Mom kept them here, at this house, before she figured out a better hiding place. And your dad found them. And instead of, she struggled for a moment, trying to find words for the strange, complicated things she was beginning to understand. Instead of destroying them, or confronting Alice, or telling anyone, he just hid them. Here. In the wall. Henry nodded slowly, looking deeply uncomfortable. That's what I'm thinking too. I don't know why he didn't just burn them, or, I don't know, give them back, or something. But knowing my dad, I think maybe he just wanted it to stop. Whatever it was. He probably figured if the letters just disappeared, then whatever was going on would just quietly end on its own. Out of sight, out of mind. That was kind of his whole philosophy about everything, honestly. Maggie thought about that, about a decade's worth of letters, simply vanishing into a wall, hidden by a brother trying, in his own clumsy and ultimately misguided way, to protect his family from a scandal that wasn't even really a scandal at all. And she thought about her mother. About Alice, presumably continuing to write to Thomas during these years, presumably waiting for replies that, as far as Alice would have known, simply stopped coming. Henry, Maggie said slowly, opening the first letter in the bundle, postmarked 1985, I think Mom might have spent 10 years thinking Thomas had stopped writing to her. I think she might have thought he'd moved on. Or given up. Or just stopped caring. She began to read. The 1985 letter was warm, familiar. Much like the others Maggie had already read, full of small details about Thomas's life in Millbrook, gentle observations, careful affection. It mentioned, in passing, that Thomas had recently taken over as editor of the Gazette, more responsibility than I ever wanted, honestly, but someone has to do it, and apparently that someone is me, and ended, as so many of his letters did, with quiet warmth. I hope this finds you well, Nell. I think of you more often than I probably should, but I've stopped apologizing for that. Some habits are just part of who a person is, by now. T.A. The 1987 letter was similar, warm, undemanding, full of small updates about Thomas's life, gentle expressions of continued affection. The 1989 letter, too. But the 1991 letter was different. Dear Nell. I haven't heard from you in some time, longer than usual, I think, though I know I shouldn't keep count, and I try not to. I hope everything is all right. I hope Robert is well, and Maggie too. I think of her sometimes, you know, though we've never met. The daughter of someone I care about so much. I hope she's grown into someone wonderful. I'm sure she has. I'll keep writing, if that's all right. I don't need anything from you. I never have, really, except to know, every once in a while, that you're still out there, living your life, being happy. If the silences get longer, I'll understand. Life gets busy. People change. I just want you to know that whenever you do right, I'll be here. Ta. Maggie's chest tightened painfully. I think of her sometimes, you know, though we've never met. Thomas had known about her, had thought about her, even, a child he'd never met, the daughter of the woman he loved. And he'd written about her with such gentle, unassuming kindness. He knew about me, Maggie murmured, almost to herself. He's been thinking about me, this whole time, and I didn't even know he existed until 3 days ago. She kept reading. The 1993 letter was shorter, gentler still, with an undertone of something Maggie could only describe as resignation, not bitter, exactly, but quietly accepting of distance, of silence, of a connection that seemed, from Thomas's perspective, to be fading. And then she reached the final letter in the bundle, the one from 1995. This letter was shorter than the others. The handwriting, usually so confident and looping, looked different here, smaller, more careful, as if it had been written slowly, with effort. Dear Nell, I have written to you 11 times this year and heard nothing back. I won't write again unless you tell me to. But I want you to know, whatever silence means, it doesn't change anything on my end. It never will. I think, sometimes, that maybe this is how things are meant to end, not with anything dramatic, just, quietly. A slow fading, the way most things in life actually end, when you really think about it. No final letter, no goodbye. Just, less and less, until there's nothing left to say. If that's what's happening, Nell, I want you to know it's all right. I'm not angry, and I'm not hurt, or, well, maybe I am, a little, but that's all right too. You gave me more than most people ever get. 60 years of letters is more than most people get from anyone, in any kind of relationship. I won't pretend I'm not grateful for that, even now. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family. I hope your life is everything you wanted it to be. Goodbye, Nell. Ta. Maggie set the letter down with trembling hands, tears blurring her vision. 11 times this year. Thomas had written to Alice 11 times in 1995 alone, and received nothing back. He'd interpreted that silence as an ending. A fading. He'd said goodbye, actually said goodbye, this time, after 60 years. And Alice had never received any of it. None of these letters from the past decade, not the warm ones from 1985 and 1987, not the gentle, worried one from 1991, and not this final, heartbroken goodbye from 1995. All of it, hidden away in a wall, by a brother trying to make a problem quietly disappear. Oh, God, Maggie whispered. She must have thought he'd stopped writing. For 10 years, she probably thought Thomas had just given up. Moved on. And the whole time, he was writing to her. 11 letters in 1995 alone, and she never got any of it. And then he just stopped. Because he thought she'd given up on him. But the letters in your mom's box, Henry said slowly, working through the logic alongside her. The ones from after 1995, you said there were letters going up until 8 months ago, right? So, something must have happened. something must have started it again. Maggie nodded slowly, her mind racing. Mom must have figured out, eventually, that something was wrong. That the silence wasn't coming from Thomas, that something had happened to the letters themselves. And somehow, she found a way to reach him again. Somehow, she fixed it. How, though? If the letters were already hidden, if my dad already had them tucked away in the wall. I don't know, Maggie admitted. But there's something else, Henry. In Mom's box, the bundles I already found, there's a gap. A real gap, this time, not just a slowdown. The letters jump from somewhere in the mid-80s straight to the early 2000s. Almost 20 years, missing entirely. I assumed, at first, that maybe they just didn't write as often during that period. But now you think those letters exist too, Henry finished slowly. Somewhere. Just not here. Maggie looked around the parlor. At the empty cavity behind the fireplace, at the wool blanket, at the scattered letters across the floor, and felt the shape of an entirely new mystery beginning to form. If this hidden bundle covers 1985 through 1995, where are the letters from before that? And where are the ones from after, the ones that would explain how Mom and Thomas reconnected? There might be more, Maggie said slowly. More hiding places. More walls, more panels, more. She stopped, looking around the room with new eyes, suddenly seeing the old house not as a familiar, comfortable space from her childhood, but as something else entirely, a vessel, layered with secrets, holding pieces of her mother's hidden life scattered throughout its walls and floors and forgotten corners, waiting, patiently, decade after decade, to be found. We should check, Henry said, already standing, looking around the parlor with the same dawning realization. If my dad found one hiding spot and used it, maybe there were others. Maybe Alice had her own places, too. Places your dad, Henry's dad, my dad, never found. They spent the rest of the afternoon searching, methodically this time, checking every loose panel, every hollow-sounding floorboard, every drawer with a slightly too shallow bottom. Henry, with his contractor's eye, proved surprisingly good at spotting the kinds of small irregularities that suggested deliberate concealment. A baseboard that didn't quite match its neighbors, a closet shelf with a gap behind it just slightly too convenient to be accidental. They found nothing else that afternoon, no more hidden letters, no more secret compartments. But as the light began to fade and the rain picked up again outside, Henry sat back against the parlor wall, looking thoughtfully at the scattered letters between them, and said something that stuck with Maggie for the rest of the evening. You know, he said slowly, I keep thinking about something. My dad found these letters, found out about the Ashford business, whatever that meant to him, sometime in the mid-80s. And he hid them. Quietly. Never told anyone, as far as I know, not even my mom, I don't think. He just made it disappear. Right. But Maggie, if he found these letters in this house, that means Alice was keeping them here. At Tide Street. Not at her own house, where Robert might find them. Here, where it was supposedly safer, more private, more hers. Henry looked at Maggie seriously. Which means, after my dad found them and hid them away, after Alice presumably realized, eventually, that her hiding place here wasn't safe anymore, she would have needed somewhere else. A new place. Somewhere even my dad would never think to look. Maggie felt a chill run through her. You think she stopped using this house? As a hiding place, I mean. Maybe, Henry said. Or maybe she found a way to make sure nobody else could interfere again. A place only she had access to. Somewhere completely private. He paused. Maggie, you said the letters in your mom's box, the ones you already found, jumped from the mid-80s to the early 2000s, right? Almost 20 years missing. What if those letters aren't missing, exactly? What if they're just somewhere else? Somewhere Alice controlled completely, after this house stopped being safe? Maggie thought about that, about her mother, presumably devastated by Thomas's 1995 goodbye letter that she never received, presumably spending years believing the connection had simply faded away, and then, somehow, eventually, finding a way to reconnect. Finding a new place to keep their correspondence. A place safe enough that even a meddling brother, even a curious daughter clearing out a closet decades later, wouldn't easily stumble upon it. Where would she go? Maggie wondered. If she needed somewhere private, somewhere that was entirely her own, separate from this house, separate from her own house, separate from family entirely. And then, slowly, a memory surfaced, something Maggie hadn't thought about in years, something so ordinary it had never seemed significant. Mom had a P.O. box, Maggie said suddenly, sitting up straighter. I remember, when I was a kid, sometimes she'd mention going to check the box, like it was an errand. I never thought anything of it. I figured it was for, I don't know, magazine subscriptions or something. But what if? What if that's where the rest of the letters went? Henry finished, his eyes widening. A P.O. box. Completely private. Nobody else would ever have access to it. Not your dad, not my dad, nobody. Maggie felt her pulse quicken. A P.O. box, the kind of thing that, after Alice's death, would presumably have been closed, its contents either forwarded, returned, or simply left, sitting in storage somewhere, waiting for someone to claim it. I need to find out if that box is still active, Maggie said, already reaching for her phone, her mind racing through everything she'd need to check, bank statements, mail records, anything that might point to an address, a box number, a postal facility. Henry, if Mom kept paying for a P.O. box, all these years, and if she just died 8 days ago, there might still be things in it. Letters that were sent to her recently, that she never picked up. Or. She stopped, a new thought occurring to her, one that made her breath catch. Or, Maggie said slowly, things she left there. For someone else to find. Outside, the rain had settled into a steady rhythm, drumming against the old windows of the house on Tide Street, and Maggie sat amid the scattered letters. The decade Alice had never received, the goodbye she'd never read, the silence that had somehow, eventually, been broken, and felt the mystery shifting again, opening up new paths, new questions, new pieces of her mother's hidden life waiting to be found. A P.O. box, she thought, already planning the drive home, already thinking about where to start looking, bank records, old bills, anything that might lead her to an address, a box number, a key she hadn't yet found. Mom, she thought, looking down at the letter from 1995, 11 times this year, and heard nothing back. What else did you leave behind? And how many more pieces of this story are still out there, waiting? The rain continued, steady and patient, against the windows of the old house, the same house that had kept one secret for nearly 40 years, hidden quietly behind a fireplace, waiting for someone to finally come looking. Maggie wondered, with a strange, aching curiosity, what other secrets this house, and the rest of her mother's life, might still be keeping. Chapter 7, The Conference, 1975. Maggie didn't make it home that night. By the time she and Henry finished searching the parlor, the rain had turned into the kind of steady, relentless downpour that made driving along the coastal road feel unwise, and Henry, somewhat awkwardly, in the manner of a man unused to hosting overnight guests, offered her the old guest room upstairs, the one that had belonged, decades ago, to Maggie's mother. "It's still got the same bed and everything," Henry said, leading her up the narrow staircase. "Nobody's really used this room in years. I keep meaning to redo it, but," he shrugged, pushing open the door to reveal a small room with a sloped ceiling, faded wallpaper printed with tiny blue flowers, and a narrow bed with a white iron frame. Maggie stood in the doorway for a long moment, looking around the room with a strange, dislocated feeling. She'd never slept in this room before. It had always been Mom's old room, when she was a child, a place she'd peeked into occasionally but never really occupied, a relic from a time before Maggie existed. "Thanks, Henry," she said softly. This is perfect, actually." After Henry said goodnight and retreated downstairs, Maggie sat on the edge of the narrow bed for a while, looking around the small room in the dim glow of a single bedside lamp. There was a small nightstand beside the bed, its surface bare except for a stack of 3 or 4 books, old paperbacks, their covers faded, the kind of forgotten books that accumulated in guest rooms over the decades, left behind by visitors or simply never moved. Maggie picked up the top book idly, a worn copy of a novel she vaguely recognized, something popular in the 70s, judging by the cover art, and was surprised by how heavy it felt in her hand. Heavier than a paperback novel should feel. She opened it. The pages had been cut away, carefully, deliberately, leaving a hollow rectangular space in the middle of the book, the kind of thing Maggie had only ever seen in movies. And inside that hollow space, nestled carefully, was a small leather-bound journal. Maggie's breath caught. She lifted the journal out carefully, setting the hollowed book aside, and turned it over in her hands. The leather was worn soft with age, the binding slightly cracked, and when Maggie opened it, she found page after page of her mother's handwriting, smaller than in the letters, more private somehow, the handwriting of someone writing only for themselves. The first entry was dated May 1975. May 14, 1975. "I keep telling myself this is just a conference. 3 days, professional obligations, nothing more. I've been telling myself this since I saw his name on the attendee list 2 weeks ago, and I still don't quite believe it, but I'm going to keep saying it anyway, because the alternative is admitting how much my hands are shaking right now, just writing this. Thomas will be there. I haven't seen him, really seen him, in person, face to face, in almost 15 years. We've written, of course. We've always written. But writing isn't the same as a room, is it? A hotel conference room, full of educators and journalists, and somewhere in that room, Thomas Ashford. I told Robert I'd be gone 3 days for the Education Board conference. This is true. Everything I've told him is true. I just haven't told him everything that's true, which I suppose is its own kind of lie, even if it doesn't feel like one. I don't know what I'm going to do when I see Thomas. I don't know what I want to do. I just know that for the first time in 15 years, I'm going to be in the same room as him, and I can't stop my hands from shaking." Maggie read on, her chest tight, feeling as though she were intruding on something deeply private, which, she supposed, she was, except that her mother had hidden this journal inside a hollowed-out book in a guest room at the family summer house, and Maggie had a growing certainty that this hadn't been an accident. That somehow, eventually, Alice had wanted someone to find this. May 15, 1975. He looks older. Of course he looks older, we both do, it's been 15 years, but somehow I wasn't prepared for it. Gray at his temples. Lines around his eyes that weren't there before. And yet underneath all of that, he's still so completely, unmistakably himself, in a way that made my chest hurt the moment I saw him across the registration table. We didn't say much, at first. Just, "Hello, and how are you, and isn't this a lovely venue," the kind of thing strangers say to each other. But underneath it, there was something else entirely. I could feel it, and I think he could too. Something that had been waiting, very patiently, for 15 years, finally allowed to surface again. After the afternoon sessions, he asked if I'd like to take a walk along the shore before dinner. I said yes before I'd even really thought about it. We walked for almost 2 hours. We talked about everything and nothing, his work at the paper, my work at the school, books we'd read, places we'd never been. It was so easy. That's the thing I keep coming back to. It was so easy, like no time had passed at all, like we were simply picking up a conversation we'd paused 15 years ago and never quite finished. At one point, he stopped walking and just looked at me for a long moment, and he said, "I'm glad you're happy, Nell." I mean that. I've always meant it, every time I've said it in a letter, but seeing you now, I can tell. You're happy. And I'm glad. I didn't know what to say to that. I think I just said thank you. It felt like such a small thing to say, in response to something so enormous. Maggie set the journal down for a moment, her eyes blurring with tears, and looked out the small window of the guest room at the rain still falling steadily over the dark water beyond. "I'm glad you're happy, Nell. Even here." Even in this moment that Alice had clearly been anticipating, dreading, hoping for, all at once, Thomas's first instinct had been to affirm her happiness. Not to ask for anything. Not to wonder what might have been. Just gladness that she was happy. Maggie picked the journal back up and kept reading. May 15, 1975, continued. Dinner was a large group affair, most of the conference attendees, all crowded into the hotel's main dining room, lots of noise and conversation. Thomas and I ended up at the same table, more by chance than design, though I confess I didn't try very hard to avoid it. Afterward, there was a small gathering on the hotel's terrace, drinks, mostly, a few people lingering after dinner before retiring for the evening. Thomas and I found ourselves at the edge of the terrace, a little apart from the others, looking out at the water. He told me something I didn't know. Something he'd never written in any letter, in 15 years. He said that for a while, a few years, in the late 60s, he'd been seeing someone. A woman named Carol, from a town further north. He said it had been serious, for a time. He said he'd almost asked her to marry him. I asked him what happened. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "I couldn't do it. I tried, I really tried, Nell. But every time I got close to asking, I'd think about you, and I'd realize I was about to make someone a promise I wasn't sure I could keep, not completely, and that didn't seem fair. To her, I mean. She deserved someone who could give her everything, without anything held back. So you ended it? Eventually. It took longer than it should have. I think I was trying to convince myself I was wrong, that I could make it work anyway. But no. Eventually, yes. I ended it. I asked him if he regretted it. He looked at me for a long moment, and then he said, "No. I don't think I do. I think some people get one great love in their life, Nell, and they're lucky if they recognize it when it happens. I recognized mine a long time ago. I don't think it's fair to ask someone else to compete with that, even unknowingly. So no, I don't regret it. I just accepted it, I suppose. This is just how my life is. And honestly, most days, I'm at peace with that." I didn't know what to say. I still don't, even now, writing this hours later. He gave up a whole life, a real possibility of a family, a wife, everything, and he says he's at peace with it. Because of me. Because of a feeling that's never gone away, in 15 years, even though he's never asked me for anything, never expected anything, never even hinted that he wanted anything to change. How is a person supposed to sit with that? How am I supposed to go home to Robert? To my husband, who I love, who has given me a good life, a real life, and just carry this? Knowing what it cost Thomas, all this time, just to keep writing to me? Maggie wiped at her eyes, her chest aching with a complicated mixture of grief and tenderness. She thought about Thomas. Alone in Millbrook, all those years, running a small-town newspaper, photographing piers and lighthouses, quietly carrying a love that had cost him an entire alternate life, and never once complaining about it, never once asking for anything in return. And she thought about her mother, sitting on a hotel terrace in 1975, trying to absorb the weight of that. Trying to figure out how to carry it home with her, back to a husband and a daughter and a life that, however real and good, now contained a secret so much larger than Maggie had ever imagined. May 16, 1975. The last day. The conference ends this afternoon, everyone heading home tomorrow morning. I keep thinking about last night, on the terrace, and about everything Thomas said, and I don't know how to feel. This morning, before the final sessions, Thomas found me in the hotel lobby. He asked if I'd walk with him again, just for a little while, before things got busy. I said yes. We walked along the shore again, mostly in silence. The tide was coming in. At one point, he stopped and picked up a small shell from the sand and held it out to me. Just an ordinary shell, nothing special, but he held it out like it meant something, and I took it, because it felt like it would have been wrong not to. "I want to ask you something," he said. "And I want you to know, before I ask, that whatever you say, whatever the answer is, it won't change anything. I'll still write, if you want me to. I'll still be here, however far away here is. Nothing about that depends on your answer. I think I need to ask, just once, after all these years, just to know." I told him to ask. He said, if things were different, if you'd never married Robert, if none of the reasons that kept us apart had ever existed. Do you think we would have ended up together? Do you think this, whatever this is, between us, would have been enough, on its own, for a whole life? I thought about that question for a long time. Longer than I think he expected me to. And then I told him the truth. I said, yes. I think we would have. I think this would have been enough. He nodded slowly, and he didn't say anything for a while. And then he said, "Thank you for telling me the truth. I think I needed to know that. Not because it changes anything, it doesn't, not really. But because I think, for a long time, I wondered if I'd built something up in my head that was bigger than it really was. If maybe I was the only one who felt it this strongly. And now I know I wasn't. That's enough, Nell. That's more than enough, actually. We stood there for a while longer, not saying anything, just looking out at the water. And then he said, I told you that whatever you said wouldn't change anything, and I meant that. But I think I should also tell you, I think this might be the last time I ask you anything like this. Not because I'm angry, or because I'm giving up. Just because. I think some questions only need to be asked once. And now that I know the answer, I don't think I need to ask it again. I think I can just carry it. Quietly. For as long as I need to. I told him I couldn't promise him anything except. The entry ended there. Mid-sentence. Maggie turned the page, expecting the entry to continue, but the next page was simply blank. And looking more closely, Maggie could see, along the inner margin of the journal, a thin strip of paper, the remnant of a page that had been torn out. Not by accident. The tear was clean, deliberate, close along the binding, the kind of tear that came from someone carefully, purposefully removing a page. Maggie's heart sank. I told him I couldn't promise him anything except. Except what? She examined the torn edge more closely, looking for any clue, and then she noticed something. A faint pencil mark, on the remaining strip of paper near the binding, in handwriting that wasn't Alice's looping script. Smaller, more cramped, a different hand entirely. Maggie squinted, holding the journal closer to the lamplight, and slowly made out the words. Robert found this. R.W., 2014. Maggie sat very still, the journal trembling slightly in her hands, the rain drumming steadily against the window, and felt the floor tilt beneath her again, not the gentle tilt of the past few days, but something sharper, more vertiginous, an entire new dimension of the story suddenly opening up beneath her. Robert found this. Her father. Robert Whitfield, steady, kind, quiet Robert, who Maggie had always believed knew nothing about any of this, had, at some point, found this journal. Had read this entry, specifically, about the 1975 conference, about Thomas's question, about Alice's answer, yes, I think we would have ended up together, and had, for reasons Maggie couldn't begin to guess, torn out the page that followed, the page where Alice had written I told him I couldn't promise him anything except. And then he'd left a note. A small, pencil note, dated 2014. The year he died. Maggie sat on the edge of the narrow bed in her mother's old room, the journal open in her lap, the rain falling steadily outside, and felt the weight of an entirely new question settling over her, heavier, somehow, than anything she'd discovered so far. Robert knew. Not just suspected. Not just sensed, vaguely, that something existed between Alice and someone from her past. He had found this journal. Had read this specific entry, this specific, intimate account of his wife's feelings for another man, and had torn out a page, and left a note with his own initials and the year of his death. What did he do with that page? What did he do with what he learned? Did he ever say anything to Mom? Did she even know he'd found this? Maggie thought about her father. About the man she'd known her entire life, steady and kind and reserved, the man who had died 12 years ago of a heart attack, suddenly, on an ordinary Sunday morning. The man Maggie had always believed had lived his entire life without ever knowing the truth about her mother's past. But he had known. At least at the end, in 2014, the year he died, Robert Whitfield had known. Had found this journal, had read this entry, and had done something. Torn out a page. Left a note. And then, apparently, said nothing, at least, nothing Maggie had ever heard about, in 12 years since his death. Where did he go, after finding this? Maggie wondered, her mind racing. What did he do with the page? Did he confront Mom? Did he write something himself, a letter, a note, anything, about what he'd learned? And then, with a sudden, cold certainty, Maggie thought of something else. Mom kept this journal hidden inside a hollowed-out book, in a guest room at Tide Street. If Dad found it here, if he tore out a page and left a note here, in 2014, then he must have been here. At this house. Searching, somehow, or stumbling onto this by accident. And if he found this here, in 2014, did he put it back? Carefully, deliberately, exactly where he found it, so that Mom would never know it had been disturbed? Maggie looked down at the journal again. At the torn page, at the small pencil note, at the entry that ended mid-sentence with "I told him I couldn't promise him anything except." She thought about her father, in the last months of his life, sitting somewhere in this old house, perhaps in this very room, reading his wife's most private thoughts about another man, a man Robert had apparently never known existed until that moment. And then, instead of confronting Alice, instead of being angry, instead of doing anything that might have changed the course of the life they'd built together, Robert had quietly, carefully, torn out a single page, left a small note for whoever might find it next, and put everything else back exactly as he'd found it. Why? Maggie wondered, tears slipping silently down her cheeks now. Why would he do that? What was on that page that mattered enough to remove? But not enough to confront Mom about? And, underneath that question, another one, quieter, but somehow even more urgent. What did Dad do with that page? Did he keep it? Did he write something of his own, in response? Is there, somewhere, in all of this, something from my father's perspective? Something that might tell me what he felt, what he thought, when he learned the truth about Mom's past? Maggie closed the journal carefully, holding it against her chest, and looked out at the rain falling steadily over the dark water beyond the window, the same water Alice and Thomas had walked beside in 1975, the same shore where Thomas had handed Alice a shell and asked a question he said he'd never ask again. I told him I couldn't promise him anything except. Except what, Mom? What did you promise him? And somewhere else. In a box, or a drawer, or another hidden compartment in another forgotten corner of either of her parents' lives, was there something from her father? Some clue, left in 2014, about what he'd discovered, and what he'd decided to do about it? Maggie reached for her phone, her hands still trembling, and texted Daniel. It was late, but she knew, somehow, that he'd want to know this. Found Mom's old journal from 1975. There's more, Daniel. So much more. And I think Dad knew. I think Dad found out, near the end, and I think there might be something he left behind too. Something I haven't found yet. She set the phone down and looked back out at the rain, at the dark water stretching out toward an invisible horizon, and felt the strange, aching pull of a story that kept growing larger, kept revealing new layers, new perspectives, new people whose hearts had been quietly, carefully wrapped up in all of this, for decades, without Maggie ever knowing. Dad, she thought softly, pressing the journal gently against her chest. What did you know? And what did you do about it? Outside, the rain continued, steady, patient, endless, falling over the old house on Tide Street, over the dark water beyond, over a story that had been unfolding, quietly, for over 60 years, and was now, finally, beginning to reveal its final, most important chapters. Chapter 8. What Robert Knew. Daniel arrived the next afternoon. Maggie had driven home from Tide Street that morning, the journal carefully wrapped and tucked into her bag alongside everything else, and by the time she pulled into her mother's driveway, Daniel had already texted 3 times, "I'm coming. Don't argue. I already booked the flight." She didn't argue. He arrived just after 2, climbing out of a rideshare car with a duffel bag slung over one shoulder, looking tired from travel but alert in a way that told Maggie he'd been thinking about little else since her text the night before. He hugged her tightly on the porch, longer than usual, and when he pulled back, his eyes were searching her face with the particular concern of a son who'd been worrying from 3 time zones away. "Okay," he said. "Tell me everything. From the beginning. I want to understand all of it." So Maggie did, sitting at her mother's kitchen table, the box of letters between them, the journal, the paintings still wrapped in their cloths, the photograph, the conference program with its circled names and small pencil heart. She told him about Vivian, about Henry, about Ruth and the Historical Society, about Walter Ashford's unanswered voicemail. She told him about Thomas. About a man who had loved her grandmother for 60 years, who had given up an entire alternate life rather than let go of a connection that had never asked anything of him in return. And finally, she told him about the journal entry from 1975, about the torn page, and the small pencil note. Robert found this. R.W., 2014. Daniel sat back in his chair, processing this, his expression shifting through something complicated. Surprise, certainly, but also something gentler, something that looked almost like recognition. "Grandpa knew," he said slowly. "He found out, near the end, and he didn't blow everything up. He tore out a page, and left a note, and that was it?" "As far as I can tell," Maggie said. "But Daniel, if Dad found that journal at Tide Street, in 2014, it means he was searching for something. Or he found it by accident, and then he had to decide what to do. And whatever he decided," Maggie hesitated. "I think there might be more. Something he left behind. Some kind of response to what he found. Where would he have kept something like that?" Maggie thought about it. Her father had died suddenly, a heart attack, on an ordinary Sunday morning, 12 years ago. There hadn't been time for him to plan anything, to leave instructions, to organize his affairs in any deliberate way. Whatever he might have left behind, if he'd left anything at all, would have been something he'd put away quietly, privately, sometime before his death, without anyone else knowing. "His study," Maggie said slowly. "Dad had a study, off the back of the house. Mom never really used it, after he died. She kept some of his things in there, but mostly it's just boxes. Old files, paperwork. I never really went through it properly, after the funeral. There wasn't any reason to, I guess. It just got left." 12 years ago, Daniel said. 12 years ago, Maggie confirmed. They went to the study together. Robert's study was a small room at the back of the house, with a single window overlooking the backyard and walls lined with bookshelves, mostly history books, biographies, the kind of reading Maggie remembered her father enjoying in the evenings, a cup of tea at his elbow, reading glasses pushed up onto his forehead. The desk was still there, a heavy oak thing that had probably come from his own father, and behind it, a row of filing cabinets that Maggie hadn't opened in over a decade. "Where do we even start?" Daniel asked, looking around at the accumulated weight of a life: files, books, papers, 12 years of quiet dust. Maggie thought about it. Her father had been a meticulous man, careful, organized, the kind of person who labeled things and kept records and never let paperwork pile up. If he'd left something behind, something private, something meant to be found eventually rather than immediately, where would he have put it? Somewhere that wouldn't be disturbed casually. Somewhere that required a reason to open. "The filing cabinets," Maggie said slowly. "Mom never touched these, after he died. I remember her saying once that she couldn't bear to go through his files, that it felt like going through his thoughts, almost. She left everything exactly as it was." They started with the top drawer of the nearest cabinet, files on taxes, insurance, the mundane paperwork of a long life, nothing unusual. The second drawer was much the same: old bank statements, warranty information for appliances long since replaced, the kind of paper trail every household accumulated without anyone really thinking about it. It was in the third drawer, near the back, behind a thick file labeled simply MISC, that Maggie found it. A plain manila envelope, slightly yellowed with age, sealed. On the front, in Robert's careful, even handwriting, so different from Alice's looping script, but immediately recognizable to Maggie nonetheless, was written a single name: Alice. No address. No stamp. Just her mother's name, written in her father's hand, on a sealed envelope that had been tucked away in a filing cabinet for 12 years. Maggie's breath caught. "Daniel," she said softly, "I think this is it." She lifted the envelope out carefully, feeling its weight. Not heavy, just a single sheet or two of paper, judging by the thinness of it. She turned it over. The seal was intact. Whatever was inside, nobody had opened it. Not Alice, clearly, since it had remained here, in this filing cabinet, untouched, for 12 years. Not Maggie, not anyone. Why would she never open it? Daniel asked quietly, looking at the envelope with something like awe. If Grandpa left this for her. And she never even. Maybe she didn't know it was here, Maggie said slowly, turning the envelope over again, examining it. Or maybe, she stopped, a new thought occurring to her, one that made her chest tighten with sudden understanding. Or maybe she did know. Maybe she knew exactly where it was, and exactly what it probably said, and she just couldn't bring herself to open it. For 12 years. Why not? Maggie thought about her mother. About a woman who had spent 60 years carefully, meticulously protecting a secret, who had pressed flowers and painted faceless portraits and cut faces out of photographs, all in service of keeping one part of her life entirely separate, entirely private, entirely her own. Because, Maggie said slowly, if Dad left her a letter about Thomas, about everything, then opening it would mean facing what Dad knew. What he thought. How he felt about it. And maybe. She swallowed. Maybe Mom was afraid of what it might say. Afraid it might be angry, or hurt, or, I don't know, disappointed. Maybe it was easier to just not know. To leave it sealed, and go on with her life, rather than risk finding out that Dad had spent his last months feeling betrayed by something she'd never meant as betrayal at all. Daniel was quiet for a moment, looking at the envelope in Maggie's hands. "Do you think we should open it?" he asked finally. "I mean, it's not addressed to us. It's addressed to Grandma. And she's gone now, and she never opened it, and maybe that was a choice. Maybe she wanted it to stay unopened. Maggie thought about that, about her mother's choice, 12 years of deliberate, quiet avoidance, an envelope left sealed in a drawer because opening it felt like too much. But she thought, too, about the box of letters in her mother's closet. About the pressed flower, and the note, "Some things don't fade, even after 50 years." About the unfinished painting, the faceless photograph, the journal hidden inside a hollowed-out book at Tide Street. "I don't think that box ended up where it did by accident," Vivian had said. "I think she wanted you to find it." Maggie looked at the envelope in her hands, at her father's careful, even handwriting, at her mother's name, written by a man who had died 12 years ago without ever telling anyone what he discovered, or what he'd decided to do about it. "I think," Maggie said slowly, "that everything Mom left behind, the letters, the paintings, all of it, was meant to be found, eventually. Just, not necessarily by her. I think she was leaving it for whoever came after. For me." She looked up at Daniel. "And I think this envelope is part of that. I think Dad wrote this for Mom, 12 years ago, but I don't think it's only for her, anymore. Not now." Daniel nodded slowly, understanding settling into his expression. "Okay," he said softly. "Then let's open it. Together." Maggie carefully worked her thumb under the flap of the envelope, the old glue brittle with age, and pulled out 2 folded sheets of paper, Robert's handwriting, the same even, careful script, filling both sides of each page. And tucked between the 2 sheets, folded smaller, was another piece of paper, thinner, with a torn edge along one side. Maggie recognized it immediately. The missing journal page. She set it aside for a moment, her hands trembling slightly, and unfolded Robert's letter. Daniel pulled his chair closer, and together, in the quiet of their father's old study, with the afternoon light slanting in through the window and the rain finally, after days, beginning to ease into something gentler, a soft, steady drizzle, Maggie began to read aloud. "My dearest Alice. I don't quite know how to begin this letter, so I think I'll just begin, and trust that the right words will come, the way they usually do when I'm talking to you. A few weeks ago, while I was up at Tide Street helping Henry's father with some work on the old fireplace, I found something. I wasn't looking for anything, Alice, I want you to know that. I wasn't snooping, wasn't suspicious, wasn't looking for anything at all. I was simply moving some old books from the guest room, to make room for some supplies, and one of them felt heavier than it should have. I opened it out of curiosity, the way anyone would. I found your journal. The one from 1975. I want to tell you, first, that I only read one entry. I want you to believe that, because it's true. I read the entry about the conference, about Thomas. And then I stopped, because I realized, very quickly, that I was reading something I had no right to read. Something private. Something that belonged to a part of your life I'd never known existed. I tore out the last page of that entry, Alice. I want to explain why, because I think it matters. The page I tore out, the one where you wrote that you couldn't promise him anything except, I read that far, and then I stopped. I didn't read what came after, because by then my hands were shaking too badly to keep reading, and because some part of me already understood that whatever came next was something you'd written for yourself, in a private moment, never intended for anyone else's eyes. Not even mine. I tore the page out because I was afraid, afraid that if I left it where it was, I might come back to it. Might read the rest of it, eventually, out of some weakness I didn't trust myself not to have. And I didn't want that. I didn't want to know what you couldn't promise him. I think, in some way, not knowing felt like a kind of gift I could give you, even if you never knew I was giving it. I put the journal back exactly where I found it. I want you to know that too. I didn't take it, didn't hide it somewhere else, didn't do anything except remove that one page and put everything else back. As far as I know, it's still there, waiting, just as it was. Now, the harder part. What I want to say about all of this. Alice, I want you to know that I'm not angry. I want to say that clearly, right at the start, because I suspect, if you ever do read this, that's the thing you'll be most afraid of. That I'll be hurt, or betrayed, or that I'll feel like our whole marriage was somehow less real because of what I found. It isn't less real. I want you to understand that, completely. 50 years, Alice. 50 years of building a life together. Raising Maggie, growing old together, all the small, ordinary days that added up to something extraordinary, even if extraordinary isn't a word either of us would have used for our life, because it never felt extraordinary while we were living it. It just felt like our life. Our good, ordinary, wonderful life. None of that is diminished by what I found. If anything, and this might sound strange, Alice, but please bear with me, if anything, I think it makes more sense to me now. Some things, looking back, that I never quite understood about you. A kind of quietness you carried, sometimes. A way you'd look out a window, occasionally, like you were somewhere else entirely, just for a moment, before coming back to me with a smile. I always sensed there was something there. Some part of you that existed somewhere I couldn't follow. I never asked about it, because I think some part of me understood, even without understanding, that it wasn't mine to ask about. It was yours. Private. And I respected that, even when I didn't fully understand it. Now I understand a little more. And what I understand is this: you carried someone else's name in your heart, Alice. For your whole life, probably. And instead of resenting that, or feeling threatened by it, which I think is what I'm supposed to feel, if I'm being honest about how these things usually go, what I actually feel is something like gratitude. Because Alice, the woman I married, the woman I spent 50 years with, was a woman who knew how to love completely. Who knew what it meant to carry someone in her heart for a lifetime, with patience and tenderness and an enormous, quiet kind of devotion. And I think, I really do think, that the woman who could love like that, who had that capacity in her, that depth, that's exactly the woman who was able to love me, too. Completely. For 50 years. I don't think your love for Thomas, whoever he is, whatever he meant to you, took anything away from your love for me. I think, in some strange way, it's part of why your love for me was as full as it was. Because you were a person capable of that kind of love. And I got to be loved by you, for my whole life. I consider that the greatest gift I've ever been given, Alice. I mean that with everything I have. So, I'm not angry. I'm not hurt, not really, though I won't pretend there isn't a small part of me that wishes I'd known sooner, just so I could have understood you a little better, a little earlier. But that's a small thing, and it doesn't change anything important. What I want, Alice, what I hope for, if you ever read this, is that you don't carry any guilt about this. Not for my sake. I had everything I ever wanted, with you. Truly. And I don't think loving someone else, in whatever quiet way you've loved Thomas all these years, ever took that away from me. Not for one single day. And if it's not too late, if there's ever a chance, someday, to see him again, to say whatever needs to be said, properly, after everything, I hope you take it. I mean that, Alice. I'm not saying this to be generous, or noble, or any of the things people say when they're trying to seem better than they feel. I'm saying it because I think you deserve that. After everything, after a lifetime of loving quietly, carefully, from a distance, I think you deserve the chance to say goodbye properly, if that's what you need. Or hello again, if that's what you need instead. I won't say anything about this, Alice. Not to you, not to anyone. I think this is yours to carry, the way it's always been yours to carry, and I don't want to take that away from you by making it into something we have to talk about, or process, or fix. Some things don't need fixing. They just need to be allowed to exist. I love you, Alice. I have for 50 years, and I will for however many more we have left. Whatever else is true, that's true too. The truest thing I know. Yours, always. Robert. Maggie's voice broke on the final word, and she set the letter down on the desk, her hands trembling, tears streaming silently down her face. Beside her, Daniel was crying too, quietly, his hand pressed against his mouth, his eyes fixed on the letter as if he could will it to say more, to explain more, to somehow make this enormous thing smaller and easier to hold. For a long moment, neither of them said anything. The rain continued outside, soft and steady, and the afternoon light shifted slightly as clouds moved across the sky. He knew, Daniel finally said, his voice thick. He knew, and he wasn't angry. He wasn't even hurt, not really. He just loved her. Completely. Even with all of this. And she never knew, Maggie whispered. 12 years, Daniel. Dad died 12 years ago, and he left this incredible, generous, beautiful letter, and Mom never read it. She carried all of this guilt, all of this fear about what Dad might have thought, for 12 years, and the whole time, this was sitting in a drawer, telling her it was okay. Telling her she was loved. That she didn't need to feel guilty. That if she ever wanted to find Thomas again, to say goodbye properly, Dad would have wanted that for her. Why didn't she ever look? Daniel asked softly. If she suspected Dad knew, if she was avoiding this drawer for 12 years. Why didn't she ever just check? Find out, one way or another. Maggie thought about that, about her mother, in the last years of her life, carrying a secret she'd kept for 60 years, carrying it alone, never knowing that her husband had not only discovered it, but had responded with nothing but love and grace and permission. I think, Maggie said slowly, that some fears are easier to live with than the alternative. I think Mom might have been more afraid of finding out Dad wasn't angry, of finding out he'd known, and had carried that knowledge silently, all on his own, for the rest of his life, without ever saying anything, than she was of just not knowing at all. Because if she opened this letter, and found out Dad knew, and had felt this way the whole time, then she'd have to face the fact that he'd carried this alone, for years, protecting her from having to face it. And I think that might have felt like an even bigger weight than the guilt itself. Daniel nodded slowly, looking down at the letter again, at their father's careful, even handwriting, at words written 12 years ago that had waited, patiently, for exactly this moment. And the torn page, Daniel said quietly, looking at the small folded piece of paper still sitting on the desk, the one Maggie had set aside earlier. Mom's journal entry. The one that ends with, "I told him I couldn't promise him anything except." Dad never read the rest of it. He tore it out, and he never read it. Maggie picked up the small piece of paper, her hands still trembling, and looked at it for a long moment. "Do you think we should read it?" she asked softly. Dad never did. He left it folded inside his letter, unread, for 12 years. Maybe that was a kind of gift, too. A piece of Mom's heart that he chose not to take, even though he could have. Daniel was quiet for a moment, considering. "I think," he said slowly, "that Dad left it folded inside his letter because he wanted whoever found it, eventually, to be able to decide for themselves. I don't think it was meant to stay unread forever. I think it was meant to wait. For the right moment." He looked at Maggie. "And I think this might be that moment." Maggie nodded slowly, her heart pounding, and carefully unfolded the small, torn piece of paper, the missing page from her mother's 1975 journal, unread for over a decade, waiting, patiently, in the dark of a filing cabinet, for someone finally ready to read it. The handwriting was Alice's, smaller than usual, the words close together, as if she'd been writing quickly, urgently, trying to capture something before it slipped away. "I told him I couldn't promise him anything except." Maggie's eyes moved down the page, and she felt her breath catch, felt something enormous and tender and impossibly sad swell in her chest as she read her mother's words. Words written 50 years ago, on a hotel terrace, to a man who had just asked the only question he'd ever allow himself to ask. And as Maggie read, she understood, with sudden and complete clarity, that everything she thought she knew about this story. About her mother, about Thomas, about the shape and meaning of 60 years of letters, was about to change again. The rain continued softly outside, and the afternoon light dimmed gently toward evening, and in the quiet of their father's study, Maggie and Daniel sat together, reading the words Alice had written on a hotel terrace in 1975. Words that had waited 50 years, through a sealed envelope, through a torn page, through 12 years in a forgotten drawer, for exactly this moment to finally be read. Chapter 9, Walter's Box. "I told him I couldn't promise him anything except that I would never let this fade. Not the feeling, not the gratitude, not the strange, impossible gift of having loved someone so completely, even from a distance, even across a whole life lived with someone else. I told him, I can't promise you a different life, Thomas. I can't promise you that things could have been different, or that I'd choose differently if I had the chance again. Because choosing differently would mean not having Maggie, not having the life I've built with Robert, and I can't wish that away, not even for you. Not even for this. But I can promise you this," I said. "I will write to you for as long as I'm able. I will think of you, in the quiet moments, for the rest of my life. And when I'm gone, however long from now that is, I will leave something behind. Something that says, this happened. This was real. You were loved, Thomas, completely and quietly, for as long as I had breath to love you with. I promise you that." He looked at me for a long moment, and then he smiled, that small, careful smile he has, the one that doesn't quite reach his eyes but somehow says more than a bigger smile would. And he said, "That's enough, Nell. That's more than enough." We didn't say anything else, after that. We just stood there, on the terrace, watching the tide come in, until it was time to go back inside. Maggie set the page down gently, her hands trembling, and looked up at Daniel, who was crying openly now, no longer trying to hide it. She promised him, Maggie whispered. 50 years ago, she promised him that someday, she'd leave something behind that proved it was real. That he was loved. The box, Daniel said softly. The letters. The paintings. All of it. That's what this was, this whole time. She wasn't just keeping a secret, Mom, she was keeping a promise. Maggie nodded slowly, looking down at the torn page, 50 years old, hidden inside a sealed envelope for 12 of those years, finally read, and felt something settle into place inside her. Not closure, exactly. Not yet. But something like understanding, deep and quiet, the kind that didn't come all at once but accumulated, piece by piece, until suddenly you realized you'd arrived somewhere entirely different than where you'd started. Mom kept her promise, Maggie thought. She left it for me to find. And now I have to figure out what to do with it. Walter Ashford called back 2 days later. Maggie had almost given up hope. 5 days had passed since she'd left the voicemail, and she'd begun to assume Walter simply wasn't interested in returning the call of a stranger claiming a connection to his late uncle's private life. But on a quiet Thursday evening, her phone rang with an unfamiliar Portland area code, and when Maggie answered, a man's voice, careful, a little hesitant, said, "Is this Maggie Sorensen?" "This is Walter Ashford. I got your message from Ruth Ferreira's office. I'm sorry it took me a while to call back. I needed some time to think about whether I wanted to call back at all, honestly." "I understand completely," Maggie said quickly. "Thank you for calling. I know it's an unusual thing to reach out about." "Ruth told me a little about what you found," Walter said slowly. "The letters. The box. She said your mother and my uncle had some kind of long correspondence." 60 years, Maggie confirmed softly. "Mr. Ashford, I don't want to intrude on anything that's private, or that your uncle would have wanted kept private. But I've spent the last week reading these letters, and learning about my mother's life, a part of her life I never knew existed, and I think your uncle might have left something behind too. Something that might help me understand all of this. If you'd be willing to talk." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "He kept a box," Walter said finally, his voice quiet. "After he died, when I was going through his things, I found a box. Letters, mostly. Some photographs. A few personal items. I never opened most of it, honestly. It felt private, in a way that made me uncomfortable to look through, even though he was gone. I just kept it. Packed it away." Maggie's heart was pounding. "Mr. Ashford, would it be possible for me to see it? I know it's a big ask, and I know we've never met, but—" "Call me Walter," he said, after another pause. "And, yes. I think it's time someone looked at that box properly. I think Thomas would have wanted that, actually, now that I think about it. He kept it for a reason. He didn't have to keep it, after all these years. He could have thrown it away, anytime. He didn't." "Thank you," Maggie said, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you so much, Walter. When can you come up?" Walter asked. "I'm in Portland. It's not too far from where you are, I think, 3, maybe 4 hours. I can be there this weekend," Maggie said immediately. "My son's still visiting, he could come too, if that's all right. Of course, Walter said. The more, the better, I think. This isn't really the kind of thing that should be done alone. The drive to Portland took just over 3 hours, Daniel behind the wheel while Maggie sat in the passenger seat, watching the landscape shift from coastal towns to rolling hills to the outskirts of the city, her mind running through everything they'd discovered so far, trying to imagine what might be waiting for them. Walter Ashford's house was a modest single-story home in a quiet residential neighborhood, with a small garden out front and a covered porch. Walter himself turned out to be a tall, slightly stooped man in his early 60s, with thinning gray hair and kind, careful eyes that, Maggie noticed with a small jolt, reminded her slightly of the photograph of young Thomas from Ruth's archives. Family resemblance, she supposed. A nephew carrying forward something of his uncle's careful, watchful expression. "Thank you for coming," Walter said, shaking both their hands at the door. "I have to admit, I've been thinking about this all week. About what might be in that box. I never really let myself wonder, before. It always felt like something I wasn't supposed to look at too closely. But now..." He shrugged slightly, leading them inside. "Now it feels like maybe it was waiting for exactly this. For someone to come asking." The house was simple but comfortable, filled with the kind of unobtrusive warmth that suggested a person who lived alone but not unhappily. Walter led them to a small study at the back of the house, where a wooden box sat on a low table, and Maggie's breath caught the moment she saw it. It was nearly identical to the box she'd found in her mother's closet. Same dark wood, same size, same hinged lid with a small brass clasp. And carved into the lid, in small, careful letters, were 2 initials. A.W. Alice Whitfield. "He had this made," Walter said quietly, noticing Maggie's expression. "I remember now. I'd forgotten until just this moment, but I remember him mentioning it once, years ago. He'd had 2 boxes made, by some local craftsman, identical boxes, except for the initials carved on each. He gave one away, he said, to an old friend. And kept the other for himself. They're matching," Maggie said softly, reaching out to touch the carved initials. "He kept a box with her initials on it. A matching pair." "May I?" she asked, looking at Walter, who nodded. Maggie opened the lid. Inside, much like her mother's box, were bundles of letters, dozens of them, tied with ribbon, organized by date. But there was more, too. A small wooden frame, containing a single photograph, and Maggie recognized it immediately. The other half of the cut photograph she'd found at Tide Street. This half showed the missing piece. A young man's face, smiling, mid-laugh, gesturing at something just out of frame, his expression full of warmth and life and a kind of unguarded joy Maggie had never associated, until now, with the careful, watchful man in Ruth's archive photographs. This was young Thomas. 18, 19 years old, laughing on a pier in 1958, captured forever in a moment of pure happiness. "He kept his half too," Maggie whispered, holding the small framed photograph with trembling hands. "Mom cut the photo in half, kept her half, with his face removed for privacy, and somehow, he ended up with the other half. The half with his face. They must have done it together," Daniel said softly, looking over Maggie's shoulder. "Cut the photo together, each keeping a piece. His face for him to keep, her figure for her to keep, with his identity protected." Maggie set the photograph down carefully and continued searching through the box. Near the bottom, beneath the bundles of letters, she found something else, a small, dried flower, identical to the one she'd found in her mother's letters. A pressed beech rose, perfectly preserved, decades old. And beneath that, a single sealed envelope, addressed, in Thomas's looping handwriting, to Alice, to be delivered after my passing, if she is living, or to her family, if she is not. Maggie's hands shook as she lifted the envelope. "Walter," she said softly, "did you know about this? This letter?" Walter shook his head slowly. "No. I told you, I never really looked through this properly. I knew there were letters, photographs. I didn't know about this." He gestured toward the sealed envelope. "I think you should open it, Maggie. I think it's meant for you now." Maggie carefully opened the envelope. Inside was a letter, several pages, in Thomas's familiar handwriting. Along with a smaller, folded piece of paper that looked like it had been torn from a journal or notebook. She began to read the letter aloud. "To Alice, or to whoever finds this after I'm gone. If you're reading this, Nell, then I suppose I've finally run out of time, and this is the last thing I have to say to you. I've thought about what I wanted this letter to be, for years now. I've actually rewritten it more times than I'd like to admit. But in the end, I think the simplest version is the truest one, so that's what I'll try to write. I have no regrets, Nell. I want to say that first, because I think it's the most important thing, and because I suspect, knowing you, that you might worry about that. Whether I regretted any of this. Whether 60 years of letters and quiet devotion and a life lived mostly alone was, in the end, some kind of waste. It wasn't. I want you to understand that completely. I had a good life, Nell. A quiet one, certainly, not the life most people imagine for themselves, maybe. But a good one. I had work I loved, for most of my life. I had this town, and the people in it, who I came to care about, in my own way. I had photographs, thousands of them, over the years, moments I got to capture and keep, little pieces of the world that mattered to me. And I had you. Not in the way most people have someone, maybe. But in a way that was real, and steady, and, for me, at least, completely sufficient. I think people assume that loving someone, from a distance, the way I loved you, must be some kind of sad, lesser thing. A consolation prize, maybe, for not getting the real version of love. But I never felt that way, Nell. Not once, in 60 years. What we had, the letters, the rare moments together, the simple fact of knowing you were out there, living your life, thinking of me sometimes the way I thought of you, that was real. As real as anything. Maybe more real, in some ways, because it never had to survive the ordinary wear and tear of everyday life. It just got to exist, quietly, in its own protected space, for 60 years. I want to tell you something I never told you, Nell. Something I've thought about telling you many times, over the years, but never quite found the right moment for. In 1980, I was offered a position with a wire service. A real opportunity, the kind that would have meant moving overseas for several years, working internationally, the kind of career advancement most photographers in my position would have jumped at without hesitation. I turned it down. I told everyone, told myself, mostly, that I just preferred the quiet life, the small-town newspaper, the familiar rhythms of Millbrook. And that was true, in a way. But it wasn't the whole truth. The whole truth is that I couldn't bear the thought of being unreachable to you, Nell. Not that we saw each other often, we both know we didn't, not really, not after 1975. But knowing I was close, 2 towns away, an hour's drive if you'd ever needed it, that mattered to me. More than I think I ever let myself fully admit, even to myself. The idea of being on the other side of the world, where a letter might take weeks instead of days, where if you ever needed anything, I simply couldn't be reached, I couldn't do it. So I stayed. I told myself it was about the quiet life. But really, it was about staying close enough to you. Even if close only ever meant a return address on an envelope. I don't tell you this to make you feel guilty, Nell, please don't. I tell you this because I think it's important for you to understand the shape of what we had. It wasn't passive, on my end. It wasn't just waiting, or settling, or making do. It was a choice. I chose this, Nell. Again and again, for 60 years, I chose this. And I'd choose it again, every time, without hesitation. So please, don't grieve for me, if you're reading this after I'm gone. Don't think of my life as smaller than it could have been, or sadder than it should have been. Think of it as a life that was, in its own quiet way, exactly what I wanted it to be. Thank you, Nell. For 60 years of letters. For a promise you made on a hotel terrace in 1975, and kept, every single year since. For being the person I got to love, quietly and completely, for my whole life. That was enough. It was more than enough. I love you, Nell. I always have. I always will, in whatever way a person can love someone after they're gone. Goodbye, my dearest Nell. Thomas. Maggie set the letter down, tears streaming freely now, and looked up to find Daniel and Walter both crying as well, Walter wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand, looking faintly embarrassed but making no effort to hide it. He never told me any of that, Walter said softly. About turning down that job, in 1980. I never even knew there was a job he turned down. He never said a word. He chose this, Daniel said quietly, looking at the letter. He chose to stay close. For 60 years. And he never regretted it. Maggie looked down at the smaller, folded piece of paper that had been tucked inside the envelope along with the letter, a piece of paper she hadn't yet examined. She unfolded it carefully. It was a single page, smaller than the letter, in handwriting that was slightly different, shakier, older, the handwriting of a man much closer to the end of his life than the careful, confident script of the main letter. P.S. One more thing, Nell. I received a letter from you, about 3 weeks ago, your most recent one. You mentioned that your health hasn't been what it used to be, and that you'd been thinking, lately, about all the things you wanted to make sure got said, just in case. You said you were thinking about writing something for Maggie, maybe, or for whoever might eventually find our letters. I wanted you to know, I wrote back. One more letter, after this one. A short one. I don't expect you to write back again, Nell. I think we both know, by now, that our letters might be reaching the end of their natural course, the way all things eventually do. But I wanted you to have one more from me. Just in case it's needed. I gave it to Walter, along with this. He'll know what to do with it. Take care, Nell. Whatever comes next, I hope it's gentle. Ta. Maggie looked up at Walter, her heart pounding. Walter, she said slowly, did Thomas give you another letter? Something more recent, something for my mother? Walter's brow furrowed, and he sat back, thinking. I don't think so. I don't remember anything like that. But, he paused, something shifting in his expression. Wait. There was something. About 3 years ago, right before Thomas passed, actually. He gave me a small envelope, sealed, and told me to hold on to it. He said, Walter frowned, trying to remember. He said something like, if anyone ever comes asking about Alice Whitfield, about Nell, give them this. I didn't understand what he meant, at the time. I just put it away. With some of his other things. I'd completely forgotten about it until just now. Do you still have it? Maggie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Walter nodded slowly, standing up. I think so. Give me a moment, I need to check upstairs. He left the room, and Maggie sat very still, the letter from Thomas resting in her lap, her heart pounding with a mixture of grief and anticipation she could barely contain. One more letter, she thought. Thomas wrote one more letter, after this one, something he gave to Walter, specifically to be passed along to whoever came asking about Alice. About Nell. Mom never got to read this letter, the one I'm holding right now. But there's another one. Something Thomas wrote after receiving Mom's last letter to him, the one where she mentioned writing something for Maggie, or for whoever found the letters. What did he write? And Maggie's breath caught with a sudden, dizzying thought. What if it's not just a letter from Thomas to Alice? What if, somehow, this connects back to Alice's final, unsent letter? The one Maggie hadn't found yet, the one Alice had presumably been writing in her final months, the one meant for whoever finds this after I'm gone? A few minutes later, Walter returned, holding a small, sealed envelope, slightly worn, slightly yellowed, but clearly more recent than the others. He handed it to Maggie carefully. On the front, in Thomas's familiar handwriting, though shakier now, the handwriting of a man in his final months, was written a single word. Nell. Maggie stared at the envelope for a long moment, her hands trembling. He never sent this, she said softly. 3 years, and this letter never reached Mom. It just sat here. Waiting. For whoever came asking, Daniel said quietly, finishing the thought. Maggie looked down at the sealed envelope, at the single word, Nell, written in increasingly unsteady handwriting by a man in the final months of his life, and felt the weight of everything converging toward this single moment. 60 years of letters. A promise made on a hotel terrace in 1975. A box matching her mother's, carved with her initials. A photograph, finally made whole. And now, one final letter, from Thomas to Alice, that had never been delivered. Should I open it? Maggie asked softly, looking between Daniel and Walter. It's addressed to Mom. But Mom's gone. And Thomas wanted whoever came asking, about her, about Nell, to have this. I think, Walter said gently, that means you, Maggie. I think it's been waiting for you. Maggie nodded slowly, her hands trembling as she carefully began to open the envelope, the final letter Thomas Ashford had ever written, addressed to a woman he'd loved for 60 years, who had died without ever knowing it existed. Outside, the afternoon light was beginning to fade, the first soft drops of evening rain beginning to patter against Walter's windows. The same rain, Maggie thought, that had been falling, on and off, for the entire week of this journey. The same rain that had been falling, perhaps, on countless evenings over 60 years, while two people, 2 towns apart, sat down to write to each other one more time. Maggie unfolded the letter, and began to read. Chapter 10, Everything She Left in the Rain. My dearest Nell. If you're reading this, then it means you're still here, and that, more than anything else, makes me glad. I wasn't sure, when I wrote my other letter, whether there'd be time for one more. But your last letter to me arrived just a few days ago, and reading it gave me something I hadn't expected, the chance to say one more thing. So here it is. One more thing. You wrote that you'd been thinking about your health, and about all the things you wanted to make sure got said, just in case. You said you'd been thinking about writing something, for Maggie, or for whoever might eventually find our letters. You sounded worried, Nell. Worried about how it might look. Worried about what people might think, if they ever found out about us, about whether they'd understand, or whether they'd think less of you for it. I want to put that worry to rest, if I can. Even if I won't be here to see whether it works. Nell, whoever finds these letters, whoever Maggie turns out to be, whatever kind of person she's grown into, I think she'll understand. I really do. Because I think, in the end, this story isn't really about secrets, or betrayal, or anything people need to feel ashamed of. It's just about love. The complicated, quiet, patient kind, the kind that doesn't fit neatly into the shapes people expect, but that's real anyway. Maybe more real, for not fitting. If Maggie reads these letters someday, and I hope she does, Nell, I really do, I hope she doesn't see a mother who kept something hidden out of guilt. I hope she sees a mother who loved deeply, in more than one way, and who was brave enough to hold on to all of it, the marriage, the family, the whole life she built, and also this other, quieter thing. I hope she sees that as a kind of richness, Nell. Not a betrayal of anything. Just, more. More love than most people ever get to have, in their one lifetime. I'm tired now, Nell, more tired than I usually let myself admit, even to you. I think this might really be the last letter. But I find, strangely, that I'm not sad about that. I've had 60 years of you, 60 years of knowing someone, somewhere, was thinking of me the way I was thinking of them. That's not a small thing. That's not nothing. That's everything, actually, when I really think about it. Thank you, Nell. For all of it. For the dance at the pavilion, 68 years ago. For the letters. For the conference, and the shell, and the promise you made me on that terrace, which you've kept, every year, without fail, for 50 years. For loving me, quietly, faithfully, completely, for my whole life. I love you, Nell. I always will, in whatever form that takes, wherever I end up. Be at peace. I am. Goodbye, my dearest Nell. Thomas. Maggie finished reading, her voice barely a whisper by the end, and set the letter down gently in her lap. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Outside, the evening rain had settled into something soft and steady, drumming gently against Walter's windows, and the small study felt warm and close and full of something Maggie could only describe as peace, a strange, settled peace, the kind that came after a long ache finally, quietly, resolving. He was at peace, Daniel said softly, wiping his eyes. At the end. He really was. And he knew, Maggie added, looking down at the letter. He knew Mom was worried, worried about what people might think, about how this might look, if it was ever found. And his last act, his very last letter, was just reassurance. For her. Even at the very end of his life, he was still thinking about easing her worries. Walter cleared his throat, his own eyes red-rimmed. "I think," he said slowly, "that this belongs with you now, Maggie. All of it, the box, the letters, the photograph. I don't think I'm the right person to keep these. I think they need to go back to where they started. With your family." Maggie looked up at him, surprised. "Walter, are you sure? This is..." "I'm sure," Walter said, with quiet conviction. "Thomas kept this box for 60 years, Maggie. He kept it for exactly this, for someone to come, eventually, and understand. And now someone has. I think that's what it was for. I think it's done its job." He smiled, a little sadly. "Besides, I think Thomas would like the idea of his letters and Alice's letters being together again. After all this time." Maggie felt fresh tears welling up, and she reached out and took Walter's hand, squeezing it gently. "Thank you," she said. "For everything. For keeping this safe, all these years, even without knowing what it really was. And for letting us be the ones to finally understand it." "Thank you for coming," Walter said simply. "I think I needed this too, honestly, to finally know what all of this meant. To know my uncle a little better, even now, even after he's gone." The drive home took longer than the drive up, not because of traffic, but because Maggie and Daniel stopped twice along the way, simply needing to sit somewhere quiet for a while, processing everything they'd learned. By the time they pulled into Alice's driveway, it was nearly midnight, the rain still falling softly, and Maggie felt both exhausted and strangely, unexpectedly light, as though something heavy she hadn't even fully realized she was carrying had finally been set down. "I think we should rest," Daniel said gently, as they carried Thomas's box, and Alice's, and the paintings, and everything else, into the house. "Tomorrow. We can think about what comes next, tomorrow." Maggie nodded, too tired to argue, and they both went to bed. But Maggie couldn't sleep. She lay awake for nearly an hour, staring at the ceiling, her mind replaying everything: the letters, the journal, Robert's letter, Thomas's final words. "I think she sees that as a kind of richness, Nell. Not a betrayal of anything. Just more." Eventually, restless, Maggie got up and wandered downstairs, drawn, almost without deciding to be, toward her mother's small writing desk in the corner of the living room. It was an antique piece, inherited from Alice's own mother, with a fold-down writing surface and a row of small drawers along the bottom. Maggie had always loved this desk as a child, had spent hours, as a girl, opening and closing its little drawers, fascinated by its compartments and hidden spaces. She sat down at it now, running her hand over the smooth, worn wood, thinking about everything Alice had hidden over the years: letters in a closet, paintings in an attic, a journal inside a hollowed book, letters inside a wall. Her mother had been, Maggie now understood, a woman who hid things carefully, deliberately, but never randomly. Every hiding place had meant something. Every hidden thing had been placed with purpose. If there's one more thing, Maggie thought slowly, where would it be? She thought about the desk, about how often her mother had sat here, over the years, writing letters, paying bills, the small ordinary tasks of daily life. A place Alice had used constantly, right up until the end. A place that wouldn't raise suspicion, that nobody would think twice about, and yet, also, a place entirely Alice's own. Maggie pulled open the bottom drawer. Empty, as she'd expected, just old envelopes and stamps. She ran her hand along the inside of the drawer, feeling for anything unusual. Nothing. She pulled the drawer all the way out, setting it aside, and peered into the empty space behind it, the dark cavity where the drawer had been. And there, taped to the underside of the desk's writing surface, just above where the drawer would normally sit, hidden completely unless the drawer was removed entirely, was an envelope. Maggie's breath caught. She reached in carefully and peeled the tape away, lifting the envelope free. It was newer than the others, the paper crisp, unweathered, clearly placed here much more recently than anything else Maggie had found. On the front, in her mother's familiar, looping handwriting, though shakier now, the handwriting of a woman in her 80s, was written. For my Maggie. When you're ready. Maggie sat very still, the envelope trembling slightly in her hands, tears already beginning to fall. This is it, she thought. This is the last piece. The one Mom wrote for me, specifically. The one Thomas mentioned, the one she was thinking about, in her final months. She looked at the date written in the corner, 6 weeks before Alice's death. Slowly, carefully, Maggie opened the envelope. My dearest Maggie. If you're reading this, it means I'm gone, and it means you found everything. Or most of it, anyway. I won't pretend I know exactly what order you'll find things in, or how much you'll have pieced together by the time you get to this letter. But I trust you, Maggie. I always have. I trust that by now, you understand enough. I want to start by saying, I'm sorry. Not for loving Thomas, I'm not sorry for that, not even a little, and I hope by now you understand why. But I'm sorry for the secret itself. For 60 years of not telling you, of letting you grow up believing your mother was, simpler, maybe, than she really was. I think I told myself, for a long time, that I was protecting you, protecting our family, protecting the memory of your father, protecting myself, if I'm honest. But protection and secrecy aren't always the same thing, and I think, somewhere along the way, I let one become an excuse for the other. So, I'm sorry, Maggie. For not telling you sooner. For letting you find out this way, instead. But I want you to know, and this is the most important thing I have to say, so please, really hear this, I am not sorry for any of it. Not for loving Thomas, not for marrying your father, not for the life I lived, in all its complicated fullness. I had a rich life, Maggie. A full one. And it was full, in part, because it contained more than one kind of love. I think people sometimes believe that love has to be simple to be real. That if it's complicated, if it doesn't fit neatly into the categories people expect, then it must be lesser, somehow. A mistake, or a failure, or something to be ashamed of. I don't believe that, Maggie. I never have, not really, even when I felt afraid of what people might think. I loved your father completely. 50 years, Maggie. 50 years of building a life together, of raising you, of all the small, ordinary moments that added up to something extraordinary, even if neither of us ever called it that while we were living it. Your father was the great gift of my life. I want you to know that, clearly, without any doubt. And I loved Thomas too. Differently, quieter, more distant, never asking anything of either of us beyond what we could give. But real, Maggie. As real as anything. 60 years of letters, a handful of moments together, and a love that never needed to be everything in order to matter completely. I think, and I hope, Maggie, I really do, that by the time you read this, you'll understand that these two loves never competed with each other. They never took anything away from each other. They simply existed, side by side, in different parts of my heart, for my whole life. And I was lucky, luckier than most people ever get to be, to have both. I want to tell you something else, too, Maggie. Something about your father. A few years before he died, your father found my old journal, the one from 1975, from the conference. He read part of it. He found out about Thomas, about all of it, really, in that moment. And do you know what he did, Maggie? He left me a letter. A beautiful, generous letter, telling me he wasn't angry, that he understood, that he hoped, if it wasn't too late, I'd find a way to see Thomas again, someday, if that's what I needed. I never read that letter, Maggie. I knew it existed. I found it, not long after he died, tucked away in his study. I recognized his handwriting on the envelope immediately. And I couldn't bring myself to open it. For 12 years, I couldn't. I was afraid, I think. Afraid that if I read it and found out your father had known, had carried that knowledge, alone, for the rest of his life, without ever burdening me with it, I wouldn't be able to bear the weight of that kindness. It felt easier, somehow, to simply not know. To let the question stay unanswered. I think that was a mistake, Maggie. I think, if I'd read that letter sooner, I might have found a kind of peace I spent years without, unnecessarily. I think your father was trying to give me a gift, and I was too afraid to accept it. I'm telling you this because I don't want you to make the same mistake, Maggie. Whatever you find, in all of this, whatever questions it raises, whatever feelings it brings up, please don't be afraid of it. Please don't let fear keep you from understanding something that might actually bring you peace. I think you've spent a lot of your life, Maggie, feeling like you didn't quite know me, like there was always some part of me you couldn't quite reach. I think that's been hard for you, in ways I probably never fully understood while I was alive. I think, in some way, this, everything I've left for you, is my way of finally closing that distance. Of letting you know me, completely, even if it's only after I'm gone. I hope it doesn't make you sad, Maggie. Or, I hope it doesn't only make you sad. I hope, alongside whatever grief you feel, there's also something else. Something like understanding. Something like permission, maybe. Permission to know that love doesn't have to be simple to be real. That it doesn't have to be everything, in order to matter completely. That carrying more than one kind of love, your whole life, isn't a failure or a betrayal, it's just what a full life sometimes looks like. I love you, Maggie. I always have, completely, in the same full, complicated, real way I loved your father, and the same way I loved Thomas. You were never a smaller part of my heart because of any of this. If anything, I think loving you taught me how to love everyone else, too. Everything I couldn't say, I left for you. In the rain, in the letters, in the paintings. I hope it finds you on a day when you need it most. I think it has. All my love, always. Mom. Maggie sat at her mother's desk for a long time after finishing the letter, tears streaming down her face, not the sharp, painful tears of grief, but something gentler. Something that felt, strangely, almost like relief. "I think it has," her mother had written. "I hope it finds you on a day when you need it most." Maggie thought about her own life. About her divorce, about the quiet loneliness she'd been carrying for the past year, about feeling, sometimes, like she'd never quite be fully known by anyone. About the walls she'd built, without realizing it, around the parts of herself she didn't quite know how to share. Carrying more than one kind of love, your whole life, isn't a failure or a betrayal. It's just what a full life sometimes looks like. Maggie wiped her eyes, looking around the quiet living room. At the box of letters on the coffee table, at the painting stacked against the wall, at her mother's writing desk, finally empty of its last secret. She thought about Daniel, asleep upstairs, about the way he'd cried, openly and without embarrassment, throughout this entire journey. About Priya, who Maggie had only met a handful of times but who Daniel clearly loved, deeply and without reservation. And she thought, unexpectedly, about an old friend. Someone Maggie hadn't spoken to in years, not really, not beyond the occasional holiday message. Someone she'd lost touch with after her divorce, the way people sometimes did, not out of any falling out, just drift. The slow, quiet drift of two lives moving in different directions. Maggie picked up her phone, looking at the time, nearly 2 a.m, and then, almost without deciding to, opened her messages and scrolled until she found the name. James. She stared at the name for a long moment. "I think I've spent a lot of my life feeling like there was always some part of me I couldn't quite reach," Maggie thought, echoing her mother's words. "And I think I've been protecting myself from really being known by anyone, the same way Mom protected herself for 60 years. Maybe it's time to stop." She didn't send anything that night. It was too late, and too much, and Maggie knew that whatever came next deserved more thought than a 2 a.m. impulse. But she saved the conversation, left it open on her phone, a small, quiet acknowledgement that something, some door, some possibility, had just been gently, deliberately left open. The next morning, Maggie told Daniel everything, about the desk, the final letter, everything Alice had written. Daniel listened, tears in his eyes again, and when Maggie finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "She wanted you to know all of it," he said finally. "Everything. Even the part about Dad. About Grandpa's letter, and how she never read it. She wanted you to understand that too. So you wouldn't make the same mistake." "I think that's exactly it," Maggie said softly. They sat together for a while, in the quiet morning light, surrounded by everything Alice had left behind, the letters, the paintings, the photographs, finally whole again. And gradually, over the following days, a plan began to take shape. Maggie decided, with Daniel's enthusiastic support, and eventually Henry's and Vivian's and Walter's as well, to do something with Alice's paintings. Not to hide them away again, in another attic, another forgotten corner. But to share them. To finally let the world see the artistic life Alice had kept private for 60 years. She found a small local gallery willing to host an exhibition, modest, but real. Coastal Light, the paintings of Alice Whitfield. Maggie arranged the paintings carefully, chronologically, the way she'd found them in the attic, decades of coastal scenes, the pier and the lighthouse and the marsh, rendered in increasingly confident, luminous detail. And in the center of the exhibition, in a small frame of its own, Maggie placed the completed photograph. Both halves finally joined together, Alice and Thomas, 18 and 19 years old, laughing together on a pier in the summer of 1958, whole again for the first time in over 60 years. Beside it, Maggie placed a small plaque, simple, understated, just a few words. For two people who loved each other, quietly and completely, for a lifetime. And for everyone who ever wondered if love like that was possible. The exhibition opened on a Saturday afternoon, under a sky that, fittingly, Maggie thought, was gray and threatening rain. Vivian came, leaning on Maggie's arm as they walked through the gallery together, tears in her eyes at the sight of her sister's hidden talent finally revealed. Henry came too, bringing his own family, looking at the paintings with the quiet pride of someone seeing a piece of his own history honored. Even Walter made the drive down from Portland, standing for a long time in front of the completed photograph, his hand pressed against his chest. Ruth Ferreira came as well, and cried, openly, in front of the unfinished painting, the one with the faceless figure on the pier, which Maggie had decided, after much thought, to leave exactly as it was. Unfinished. A faceless young man standing forever beside a young Alice, looking out at the water. Not erased, but protected, lovingly incomplete, the way some stories simply were. That evening, after the exhibition closed, Maggie sat by the window of her mother's living room, her living room, now, she supposed, though it would take time to think of it that way, with a cup of tea, watching the rain fall softly outside. She had her mother's final letter in her lap, the one that had waited beneath the desk for 6 weeks before Alice's death, for Maggie to find it. She'd read it perhaps a dozen times now, over the past few days, and each time, she found something new in it, some small detail she hadn't fully absorbed before. Everything I couldn't say, I left for you, in the rain, in the letters, in the paintings. I hope it finds you on a day when you need it most. Maggie looked out at the rain, soft, steady, endless, and thought about everything it had carried over the course of this journey. The rain on the day of the funeral. The rain against the windows of Tide Street, while she read her mother's 1975 journal. The rain in Portland, while she opened Thomas's final letter. The rain, always the rain, falling gently over everything, the way it had probably been falling on countless evenings over the past 60 years. While two people, 2 towns apart, sat down to write to each other, one more time. Some things don't fade, even after 50 years, Alice had written, all those decades ago. And she'd been right. Nothing about this story had faded, not the love, not the letters, not the careful, patient devotion that had spanned 6 decades and 2 lifetimes. If anything, Maggie thought, it had only grown, spreading outward, into her own life, into Daniel's understanding of his grandparents, into a small gallery full of paintings that would now be seen, finally, by people who could appreciate them. Into an open conversation on Maggie's phone, with a name she hadn't quite worked up the courage to message yet, but would, she thought. Soon. When she was ready. Maggie picked up her tea, looking out at the rain, and felt something she hadn't expected to feel, after everything, not just understanding, not just peace, but something warmer than that. Something like gratitude. Gratitude for the letters. For the paintings. For a mother she'd spent 52 years only half knowing, and who had, in her final months, found a way to finally let herself be fully known, not while she was alive, but after, in a way that felt, somehow, even more generous. A gift given not in person, but left behind, patiently, for exactly the right moment. I hope it finds you on a day when you need it most, Alice had written. It had. Maggie set down her tea, picked up the letter one more time, and read the final lines once more. All my love, always. And then, gently, carefully, she folded the letter and placed it back in its envelope, setting it on the small table beside her, where it would stay, she decided. Not hidden away. Not locked in a box. Just there. A part of the room now. A part of the house. A part of her. Outside, the rain continued, soft, steady, gentle, falling over the house, over the town, over everything. And inside, in the warm lamplight, Maggie sat for a long while, simply being still, simply feeling, finally, completely, the quiet, settled warmth of having spent her whole life loved by someone who had turned out to be far more than she'd ever imagined. More than enough. More than she'd ever known. The end.